Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the COMMERGENCE, the national seminar by the Department of Commerce. So let us begin this program with the prayers of the Almighty. I invite Nida and Arya for the prayer.
സ്നേഹസ്വരൂപനാം ദൈവമേ സകലതിലും പൊരുളാം ദൈവമേ സദയം ഞങ്ങളിൽ കൃപ ചൊരിയണമേ സദയം ഞങ്ങളിൽ വരമരുളേണമേ നാഥനും നീ പാമര ഞങ്ങൾക്കു പാതയും നീ വിദ്യയിൽ വിജയമായി സ്നേഹത്തിനുറവയായി ജീവിത പാതയിൽ മുന്നേറുവാൻ ഞങ്ങൾക്കു നാഥനായി നീ വരണം ഇന്നും ഞങ്ങൾക്കു നാഥനായി നീ വരണം സർവസ്വരൂപനാം ദൈവമേ സകലതിലും പൊരുളാം ദൈവമേ സദയം ഞങ്ങളിൽ കൃപ ചൊരിയണമേ സദയം ഞങ്ങളിൽ വരമരുളേണമേ സർവസ്വരൂപനാം ദൈവമേ.
Thank you. To formally welcome everyone, I invite our HOD ma'am, Dr. Professor Lini Wilson, for the welcome address.
Respected Principal, distinguished Chief Guest, honored resource persons, esteemed faculty members, resource scholars, and my dear students, a very good morning to you all. On behalf of the Department of Commerce Self-Financing, St. Thomas College Autonomous Thrissur, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and formal welcome to the inaugural session of the National Seminar, COMMERGENCE, centered on the theme, Market Volatility as an Opportunity. This seminar is organized in collaboration with the Internal Quality Assurance Cell and the Institute of Coast Accounts of India, Thrissur chapter. First and foremost, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our respected principal, Dr. Father Martin K. Father, your visionary leadership, unwavering encouragement, and commitment to academic excellence continuously inspire our department.
It is a privilege to welcome our chief guest for the day, CMI Vinod TV, Chairman of ICMAI, Thrissur chapter. Sir, your leadership in professional accountancy and support towards academic initiative are deeply valued and we are deeply honored by your presence. Welcome you, sir. A special and respectful welcome goes to our distinguished panel of domain experts and technical session leaders who have graciously joined us today. CMA Sugunan TJ, Chief Financial Officer, BrahMos Aerospace Trivandrum. Welcome, sir. Associate Professor Dr. G. John, Head of the Department of Commerce and Joseph College Autonomous Thrissur. Welcome you, sir. Assistant Professor Dr. Urmila R. Menon, Department of Commerce, Christ University, Bangalore will join soon in the afternoon session. She will be handling this session and coordinating the technical sessions. We are equally delighted to welcome our Vice Principal, Dr. Fabin Baby, whose constant support and presence on this occasion add great value to our inaugural session. Welcome you, sir. We are truly honored by the presence, respected experts, and we look forward to the valuable financial and analytical insights you will share throughout the seminar. I also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to our Executive Manager, Reverend Father Biju Panengadan, Self-Financing in charge, Reverend Dr. Florgin Anthony, our IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Divyar George, in their absence, whose guidance ensures that our academic pursuit consistently met the highest standard of quality. My warm greetings and welcome goes to our faculty coordinator, Assistant Professor Delma Pulkotildi, Joint Convener, Assistant Professor Nimida TM, student conveners, and the entire organizing team whose meticulous planning has brought this national seminar fruitful. Finally, I extend a cordial welcome to all the research scholars, faculty delegates, and student participants joining us from the various institutions. Your active involvement and research presentation from the core of today are the core of the today's academic pursuit. Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to the COMMERGENCE. May this seminar offer enriching insight, spark meaningful dialogues, and provide fresh perspectives on transforming market volatility into strategic opportunity. Welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite our respected principal, Reverend Father Dr. Martin K.A. for the inaugural address.
A warm good morning to one and all. The dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and dear students. We were going through extremely poor weather conditions, low-level floods and torrential rains last week. Still, we were conducting an international seminar under the aegis of Dr. Fabin Baby in criminology and police science. And the 3-day seminar went off well without any hindrance. And this week, the climate is pleasant, and we have come up with another one-day national seminar on convergence, market volatility as an opportunity by the Department of Commerce from Self-Financing Department section. So first of all, I take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Professor Linny Wilson and her team for having arranged this seminar in the beginning of this academic year itself. As you know, especially since people from commerce, you are the people who find opportunity in every challenge. It has to be so. From in time memorial, merchants were all around the world. The merchants did find opportunities in challenges, and they have come up well. We had trade relations with many countries, and as you are aware, in 2000 years ago, we had nearly 600 ships coming to our shore from Saudi Arabia and from that through the Arabian Sea. Every year, nearly 600 ships used to come here, to Kerala, to Indian coast. So from that time onwards, we had Chinese merchants, some from merchants from Saudi Arabia, Jewish merchants, and from all over. No? Later on, in 1498, Vasco da Gama came. With that, Europeans came, So always we were after opportunities. Our challenges have made to strategic opportunities, and we have been very strong in merchandise or in commerce. So this topic which you have selected is very apt today. Every now and then we have, in the stock exchange as well as in many other fields, you have volatility happening, and many are stunned but what do you call, cunning man, a brilliant man will find out some opportunities amidst challenges. So I hope that this entire session, this entire day, will provide you with enough and more ample ideas. No, they will be you will be having brainstorming sessions one after another. We have experts from all the fields, and I'm so happy that we are conducting this seminar today with geniuses from different fields, and of course by the end of the day you will have so many takeaways from this hall and will benefit you, and you will grow into an integral person with strong domain knowledge in this marketing. Wishing you all the best for the same, and once again taking this opportunity to congratulate each and every one of from the Department of Commerce. I conclude. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, Father. It is now my privilege to invite CMA Vinod TV, Chairman of ICMAI, to deliver the inaugural address.
Yes. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Dr. Father Martin, principals of St. Thomas College, then respected Dr. Febin Baby, sir, Vice Principal, then Assistant Professor Dilma Madam, then Professor Lini Wilson, then our resource persons, CMA TG Sugunan from BrahMos Aerospace, then Assistant Professor John sir, then respected and beloved students, good morning. So this time I will share only two things. That means we are facing, that means the profession is facing a lot of problems. That means challenges in our professional life. That means challenges means how to become a good leader. Then after completing our academic, then നമ്മൾ ഏകദേശം എത്തിച്ചേരുന്നത് ഒരു പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫിലേക്കാണ്. എന്താണ് ഒരു പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ദെൻ നമ്മൾ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ ഇരുന്ന് പഠിക്കുന്ന തിയറി സബ്ജക്റ്റ് അത് എങ്ങനെ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻ്റ് ചെയ്യണം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എവിടെയാണ് നമ്മുടെ വർക്ക് സൈറ്റിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇംപ്ലിമെൻറ്റേഷൻ വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റാണ്. സോ ഒന്ന് ദെൻ ബിഫോർ 10 years നമുക്കറിയാം, ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഒരു ഹോട്ടൽ ബുക്കിംഗ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ട്രാവൽ പ്ലാൻ, നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പേഴ്സണൽ ആവശ്യത്തിന് വരെ നമ്മൾ നമ്മുടെ സോഫ്റ്റ്വെയർസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആപ്ലിക്കേഷൻസ് ആണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കാറ്. ബിഫോർ 10 years നമുക്ക് അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് യാതൊരു അറിവും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് നമുക്കെല്ലാം വിരൽത്തുമ്പിൽ സാധ്യമാണ്. സോ ദർ ഇസ് എ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ബിറ്റ്വീൻ മാർക്കറ്റ്, ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ടു മാർക്കറ്റ്. നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് അക്കാഡമിഷ്യൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ചലഞ്ചാണ് എങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ പിടിച്ചു നിൽക്കാം എന്നുള്ളത്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സജഷനായിട്ട് പറയാണ്, പഠനത്തോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ നമ്മുടെ കരിയർ ഗ്രോത്ത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചിറങ്ങുന്ന ഐ തിങ്ക് 4 years ആണ് ഏകദേശം നമ്മളുടെ ഒരു കരിയർ, ബികോം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കരിയർ ഗ്രോത്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കരിയർ ഗ്യാപ്പ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു 4 years ആണ്. 4 years കഴിഞ്ഞ് നമ്മൾ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഇറങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്ത് മാർക്കറ്റിൽ നമ്മൾ ആവശ്യമുള്ള ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റാക്കി മാറ്റുക എന്നത് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻ്റാണ്. ദെൻ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലെക്ചർ ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം ഇന്ന് നമുക്കൊരു പ്രൊഫഷണൽ ലൈഫിലേക്ക് എത്തിപ്പെടാൻ സാധിക്കാറില്ല. സോ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽ വശം കൂടി നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ഒരു 4 വർഷം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു 2 വർഷം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 3 വർഷം നിങ്ങൾ എക്സ്ട്രാ കുറച്ച് സമയം കൂടി മാറ്റിവെക്കണമെന്നാണ് ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും എല്ലാ പ്രൊഫഷണൽസിൻ്റെ അടുത്തും പറയാറ്. കാരണം മാർക്കറ്റിൽ ഇറങ്ങുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്ക് മാർക്കറ്റിനോടൊപ്പം സഞ്ചരിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കണം. ദെൻ ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങൾക്കറിയാം ഒരുപാട് AI ടൂളുകൾ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദെൻ നമ്മളൊരു ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ഫേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മളെക്കാട്ടും മികച്ച ഒരു കാൻഡിഡേറ്റ് 1-2 AI ടൂൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ദെൻ ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ബോർഡ് അവരാണ് സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യുക. ദെൻ നിങ്ങൾ തന്നെ ആലോചിച്ചാൽ അറിയാം, ആസ് എൻ എംപ്ലോയർ, നിങ്ങളൊരു എംപ്ലോയറായിട്ട് ഒരു ഇൻ്റർവ്യൂ ബോർഡിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് എംപ്ലോയർക്ക് ആവശ്യം വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിനെ ആയിരിക്കും. സോ നിങ്ങളൊരു എംപ്ലോയറാണ്. ഒരു എക്സാമ്പിൾ പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, നിങ്ങളൊരു വീട്ടുജോലിക്ക് ഒരാളെ നിങ്ങൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയാണെങ്കിൽ വൺ ഓഫ് ദ ബെസ്റ്റ് ആളെ മാത്രമേ നിങ്ങൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യുള്ളൂ. ശരിയല്ലേ? അല്ലാതെ ഒരു അനാവശ്യമായ ഒരാളെ പോലും നമ്മൾ ഒരു വീട്ടുജോലിക്ക് പോലും നമ്മൾ സെലക്ട് ചെയ്യാറില്ല. സോ ഇതേ ഒരു മെൻറ്റാലിറ്റി തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും ഒരു എംപ്ലോയറെ സംബന്ധിച്ച്. സോ നമ്മൾ എന്തായിരിക്കണം, ഇവിടുത്തെ 4 വർഷത്തെ പഠനം കഴിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് അതിനോടൊപ്പം നിലവിലെ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ എന്താണോ ആവശ്യമുള്ള എക്സ്ട്രാ സ്കില്ല് കൂടിയും നേടിയെടുക്കുക എന്നതാണ് ഈ ഒരു കാലഘട്ടത്തിൽ നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതാണ് എന്നാണ് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സജഷൻ. ദെൻ സെക്കൻഡ് തിങ് ഈസ് റിച്ച് മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ്. എന്താണ് റിച്ച് മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ്? ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് നമ്മൾ വീട്ടുകളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ നാട്ടുകളിൽ പറയാറുണ്ട്, പൈസ ഉള്ളവൻ തന്നെയാണ് ഇന്ന് ഈ ലോകത്ത് പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നത്. കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കാം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ടോക്ക് ഇല്ലേ? ശരിയല്ലേ? പൈസ ഉള്ളവൻ തന്നെയാണ് മാർക്കറ്റിൽ നിന്ന് പൈസ വാരി കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്. ദെൻ അതിന് ഒരു ബെസ്റ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ, നമ്മളൊരു കോഫി ഷോപ്പിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മളൊരു ചെറിയൊരു പീസ് ഓഫ് കേക്ക്, ബ്രൗണി കേക്ക് കാണാം. കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവുമെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ശരിയല്ലേ? ആ ഒരു കേക്കിന്റെ റേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 700 or 800 rupees ആയിരിക്കും. സ്റ്റാർബക്സിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കാണാം. ആ ഒരു സമയം നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത് ഈ കേക്ക് ആര് കഴിക്കുമെന്നാണ്. കാരണം ആ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു കപ്പ് കേക്കിന്റെ റേറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് 700 or 800 rupees. ദെൻ നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ആ ഒരു കോഫി ഷോപ്പിൽ എത്തുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത് ഈ കപ്പ് ഓഫ് കേക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ കപ്പ് ഓഫ് ടീ ആര് കഴിക്കുമെന്നാണ് നമ്മൾ ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ഞാൻ പറയാ, നമ്മൾ അങ്ങനെയല്ല. നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ചിന്താഗതി, ദാറ്റ് മീൻസ് ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് തിങ്കോടുകൂടി നമ്മൾ ആ കേക്കിനെ നോക്കി കാണണം. ദെൻ ഈ കേക്ക് കഴിക്കുന്ന 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 പേര് ഈ മാർക്കറ്റിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്. ശരിയല്ലേ? അതുകൊണ്ടാണല്ലോ ആ ഷോപ്പിൽ ഒരു കേക്ക് വിൽക്കാൻ വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്. ദെൻ നമ്മൾ അവിടെ ആലോചിക്കേണ്ടത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ചിന്തിക്കുന്ന ഒറ്റ കാര്യം ഇത്രയുള്ളൂ, ഇന്നല്ലെങ്കിൽ നാളെ സാധിക്കണം. അവിടെ ആയിരിക്കും നമ്മുടെ ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവ് ചിന്താഗതി കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത്. അല്ലാതെ നമ്മൾ സാധാരണ വ്യക്തികളെ പോലെ ഈ കേക്ക് ആര് കഴിക്കും, ആർക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ഈ കേക്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്നത്? നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിച്ച് നോക്കുക. നിങ്ങളുടെ വീട്ടിലുള്ള ഫ്ലവേഴ്സ് ആയിരിക്കില്ല യൂസഫ് സാറ് വീട്ടിലുണ്ടായിരിക്കുക. യൂസഫ് സാറിന്റെ വീട്ടിൽ വെക്കാൻ വേറെ ഫ്ലവേഴ്സ് മാർക്കറ്റിൽ അവൈലബിൾ ആണ്, അല്ലേ? ശരിയല്ലേ? അതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സജഷൻ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, മാർക്കറ്റിൽ എന്താണോ നമ്മളെ കൊണ്ട് ആവശ്യം അത് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ വരുന്ന പീരീഡിൽ സമ്പാദിക്കാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുക. അതിനോടൊപ്പം നല്ല റിച്ച് മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റ് ആയി മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുക എന്നാണ്. ഈ 2 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് ഈ ഒരു വേദിയിൽ എനിക്ക് നിങ്ങളോട് ഷെയർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ളത്. ഈ 2 കാര്യങ്ങളും വെച്ച് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആഫ്റ്റർ 5 years വൺ ഓഫ് ദ സക്സസ്ഫുൾ പേഴ്സൺ നിങ്ങളായിരിക്കും. ദെൻ ഞാൻ പറയുന്നു, മാർക്കറ്റിൽ എന്താണോ ആവശ്യമെന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോഴേ ഐഡന്റിഫൈ ചെയ്ത് നിങ്ങളുടെ ഡിഗ്രി കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് അതിനാവശ്യമുള്ള ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്റ്റ് നിങ്ങളെ തന്നെ ആക്കി മാറ്റണം എന്നാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സജഷൻ. ദെൻ അതിനോടൊപ്പം നല്ല റിച്ച് മൈൻഡ് സെറ്റോട് കൂടി നാളെ നമ്മൾ ഇതിൽ യാത്ര ചെയ്യും. നാളെ അതുപോലെ ഒരു ഭവനം നമ്മൾ മേടിക്കും. നാളെ അതേപോലത്തെ ചെറിയ കപ്പ് കേക്ക് നമ്മൾ കഴിച്ചിരിക്കും എന്നുള്ള ചിന്താഗതിയിലൂടെയാണ് നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ. സോ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ഓൾ thank you for the St. Thomas College committee members for inviting this program. Then once again I wish you all the best for your career. Then thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Dr. Febin Baby, Vice Principal, for the felicitation.
Most respected Reverend Father Martin K., our principal, CMA Vinod sir, Lini Miss, Delma Miss, the experts, CMA Sugunan sir, John sir, Father Vinod, and all the teaching and non-teaching faculties, dear students. It's been a great pleasure to be here as part of the national seminar where you are getting to be smarter. When I say smarter, we all know there are opportunities in the volatile market, but how to become smarter is a key. So today's national seminar will actually make you smarter. That I think is the key takeaway of the seminar. So as I would like to congratulate the Department of Commerce organizing such a wonderful national seminar to make people smarter. So instead of the challenges that we face in the market with all those AI tools, it is actually something which these experienced hands will actually tell you how to make or how to actually oversmart the AI tools and get smarter. So I wish the Department of Commerce a great day ahead to discuss all these things and get entitled with the speeches of these eminent personalities in the field of market and commerce. I wish all success for the seminar and once again congratulate the Department of Commerce for organizing such a wonderful seminar. Thank you so much. Great day ahead.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Assistant Professor Delma Pulikotil D, Faculty Convener, to propose the vote of thanks.
Warm good morning to one and all present over here. It's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the conclusion of the inaugural session of the Commerce National Seminar 2026 on the theme Market Volatility is an Opportunity. First and foremost, I thank God Almighty for His abundant blessings that have enabled us to begin the seminar on a positive note. I express my sincere gratitude to our respected principal, Dr. Father Martin K., for his inspiring leadership and support for organizing this seminar. My heartfelt thanks to our esteemed chief guest and inaugurator, CMA Vinod TV, Chairman of ICMAI, for accepting our invitation and inaugurating the seminar. Sir, your valuable presence and insightful address have truthfully enriched the beginning of this program. I also extend my sincere thanks to our Vice Principal, Dr. Febin Baby, for the presence and word of encouragement. I place on record my appreciation to our resource persons, Sugunan sir, John sir, and also in the absence of Urmila ma'am. And also I extend my sincere thanks to our head of the department, Associate Professor Linny Wilson, for the warm welcoming and for her valuable support in making this event possible. I would also like to thank our media team, especially Pradesh Father, and our faculty members, research scholars, participants, and students for being part of this inaugural session and for contributing the spirit of this academic gathering. My sincere appreciation goes to the organizing committee, student volunteers, and all those who work behind the scenes for ensuring the smooth conduct of this inaugural session. I finally thank each other for the presence and cooperation, and thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We shall now have a short tea break. Kindly be back by 15 minutes for the next session. Thank you.
ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ കുഴപ്പമൊന്നുമില്ലേ അവർ പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ ആ ലാപ്ടോപ്പ് അവരവിടെ വെച്ചത് വലിയ സ്ഥലമാണ് കേട്ടോ. ഒരു അഡീഷണൽ കേബിളെങ്കിലും ഇടായിരുന്നു.
Welcome back. We now move on to the session by experts. I invite CMA Vinod TV for this.
യെസ്, നമ്മുടെ ഫസ്റ്റ് സെഷൻ ടെക്നിക്കൽ സെഷൻ നിങ്ങളുടെ സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യാണ്. ദെൻ ഞാൻ സാറിനെ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് ഞാനാണ് നിങ്ങളുടെ റിക്വസ്റ്റ് കൊടുത്തത്. കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഞാനിന്നിപ്പോൾ തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിൻ്റെ ചെയർമാനാണ്. ദെൻ സാറുടെ ഒരു പ്രൊഫൈല് ഏകദേശം ഒരു 20 years തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിലെ ചെയർമാനായിരുന്നു, ദെൻ ട്രഷറർ ആയിരുന്നു, സെക്രട്ടറി ആയിരുന്നു. എൻ്റെ സാറും കൂടിയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്യാമെന്നാണ് മാഡത്തിനോട് പറഞ്ഞത്. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് സാറിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രൊഫൈൽ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ സാറ് CMA കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്, ICAI കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻ്റ് ആണ്. പ്ലസ് സാറിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്ഥലം തൃശ്ശൂരാണ്, ദെൻ പാലിയേക്കര. കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻ്റായിട്ട് ആദ്യമായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് എലൈറ്റ് ബ്രെഡിലായിരുന്നു. ദെൻ അതിനുശേഷം അപ്പോളോ കളമശ്ശേരി, ദെൻ അവിടുത്തെ അക്കൗണ്ട്സ് മാനേജറായിരുന്നു, ഫിനാൻസ് ഹെഡ് ആയിരുന്നു. ദെൻ അങ്ങനെ വിവിധ പൊസിഷൻസ് ആണ്, അക്കൗണ്ട്സിലാണ്, ഫിനാൻസിലാണ് സാർ ഫുൾ ടൈം കവർ ചെയ്തിരുന്നത്. സോ അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും പറയാറുണ്ട്, BCom സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൊമേഴ്സ് മേഖലയിലുള്ള സ്റ്റുഡൻസ്, ഐ തിങ്ക് നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും കൊമേഴ്സ് മേഖലയാണെന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു, ശരിയല്ലേ? കൊമേഴ്സുകാരല്ലേ? ദെൻ കൊമേഴ്സ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് എപ്പോഴും നമ്മൾ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് സ്റ്റഡി മെറ്റീരിയൽ മാത്രമല്ല, പ്ലസ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് സിലബസ് ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ അറിയാനുണ്ട്, ലോകത്തെക്കുറിച്ച് അറിയാനുണ്ട്. ദെൻ ലോകത്ത് എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നു, ലോകത്ത് എന്താണ് സംഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്, ഇനി എന്താണ് സംഭവിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്, പാസ്റ്റ് പ്രസന്റ് ഫ്യൂച്ചർ വളരെ വ്യക്തമായി നിരീക്ഷിക്കേണ്ട ആൾക്കാരാണ് നമ്മൾ കൊമേഴ്സുകാർ. കാരണം ഇന്ത്യയുടെ എക്കണോമി വരെ കൊമേഴ്സാണ്. സോ അതുകൊണ്ട് ലോകത്ത് എന്ത് സംഭവിക്കുന്നു എന്ന് പറയാനുള്ള ആധികാരികത്വം, ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം നമുക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഉണ്ട്. ദെൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ കുറച്ച് നാൾ മുൻപ് നമ്മൾ ഇന്ത്യയും പാകിസ്ഥാനും തമ്മിലൊരു യുദ്ധം നടന്നിരുന്നു. ദെൻ നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടായിരിക്കും, ഇല്ലേ? ശരിയല്ലേ? പാകിസ്ഥാനും ഇന്ത്യയും തമ്മിലൊരു യുദ്ധം നടന്നിരുന്നു. ദെൻ ആ യുദ്ധത്തില് പാകിസ്ഥാൻ യുദ്ധം അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാൻ ചില കാരണങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പാകിസ്ഥാൻ അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ദിവസം യുദ്ധം ഇങ്ങനെ സ്ട്രോങ് ആയിട്ട് നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കുറച്ച് മിസൈലുകൾ നമ്മൾ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇടുന്നു, ദെൻ അവിടുന്ന് തിരിച്ചിങ്ങോട്ട് ഇടുന്നു, കുറച്ച് ദെൻ അതർ മിസൈൽസ് ഇടുന്നു. ദെൻ ഒരു ദിവസം രാവിലെ എണീറ്റ് നോക്കിയിരുന്ന സമയത്ത് പാകിസ്ഥാന്റെ 7 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ വന്ന് പതിച്ചിരിക്കുക. ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ, ഇന്ത്യയുടെ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ സൂപ്പർസോണിക് മിസൈൽ, അതായത് ഒരു 0.5 ഫ്രാക്ഷൻ നമ്മൾ ഒന്ന് പോയിന്റ് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ആ പോയിന്റ്, ഫോർ എക്സാമ്പിൾ ഈ ഒരു ഹോള് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ ആ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ ലക്ഷ്യസ്ഥാനം വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അവിടെ നിന്ന് സ്വിച്ച് ഇട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ മിസൈൽ ഇവിടെ വന്ന് അടിച്ചു പോകും. സോ പാകിസ്ഥാൻ നോക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് പാകിസ്ഥാന്റെ 7 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ വന്ന് പതിച്ചിരിക്കുക. സോ അതിൽ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈലിന്റെ പേരാണ് BrahMos എയറോസ്പേസ്. BrahMosന്റെ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ ആയിരുന്നു. ആ ഒരൊറ്റ ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ വന്ന് പതിച്ചത് കൊണ്ടാണ് പാകിസ്ഥാൻ യുദ്ധം അവസാനിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. ഇവൻ ആ ഒരു മിസൈൽ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ യുദ്ധം അവിടെ അവസാനിക്കില്ലായിരുന്നു. സോ അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ പറയപ്പെടുന്നത് എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാല് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ ഉണ്ട്. ദെൻ ഒരു സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റോ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് അല്ല, 2 രാജ്യങ്ങൾ തമ്മിലുള്ള ജോയിന്റ് വെഞ്ചറാണ് BrahMos ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഇന്ത്യയും റഷ്യയും തമ്മിലുള്ള ഒരു ജോയിന്റ് വെഞ്ചറാണ് ക്രൂസ് മിസൈൽ. സോ അതിനും നമുക്ക് എന്തുണ്ട്, ഒരു ബികോം ക്വാളിഫൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫിനാൻസ് കണ്ടുന്ന ആൾക്കാരുണ്ടായിരിക്കും, ശരിയല്ലേ? സോ ഞങ്ങൾ തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിന് ഏകദേശം 500+ മെമ്പേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അതിലെ ആ ഒരു ഫിനാൻസ് ഹെഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ആലോചിക്കണം, നമ്മൾ ഇന്നിപ്പോൾ ഈ ക്ലാസ് റൂമിൽ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് യുദ്ധം അവസാനിച്ചതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ യുദ്ധം നീണ്ടു പോവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്കും പല പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ നേരിടേണ്ടി വന്നാനെ. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മുടെ തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്ററിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അഭിമാനിക്കാവുന്ന ഒരു സാറും കൂടിയാണ്. സോ സാറ് ബ്രഹ്മോസ് എയറോസ്പേസിന്റെ CF ആണ്. ദെൻ തിരുവനന്തപുരത്താണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. സോ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നത്, ഞങ്ങൾ കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടൻസിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ച് പല പേരൻസിനും ചില ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ വരാറുണ്ട്. കോസ്റ്റ് അക്കൗണ്ടന്റിന് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ജോലി കിട്ടുമോ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സെൻട്രൽ ഗവൺമെന്റ് ജോലി കിട്ടുന്നു? സാർ 2 രാജ്യങ്ങളെ റെപ്രസെന്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണ് ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു സെഷൻ എടുക്കാൻ വരുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ എപ്പോഴും സാറോട് പറയാറുണ്ട്, സെഷൻ എടുക്കാൻ വരുമ്പോൾ ബാക്കി എല്ലാവർക്കും ചിലപ്പോൾ വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിരിക്കും. പക്ഷെ നിങ്ങൾ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് തിരുവനന്തപുരം ബ്രഹ്മോസ് എയർസ്പേസിൽ പോവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സാറിന് അവിടെ ഓഫീസിൽ പോയവരും കാണാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. കാരണം അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പ്രൊഫൈലാണ്. സോ സാറിന് ഞാൻ തൃശ്ശൂർ ചാപ്റ്റർ കമ്മിറ്റിയുടെ പേരിൽ ദെൻ സെന്റ് തോമസ് കോളേജിന്റെ പേരിൽ സെഷനിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാണ്. സോ സാറ് ബ്രഹ്മോസ് എയറോസ്പേസിന്റെ CF ആണ്. നമുക്ക് നല്ലൊരു കൈയോട് കൂടി സാറിനെ സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യാൻ സെഷനിലേക്ക്.
Can we start? Can we start? Can you close the door? Yeah. It's a story, or rather an event, happened 20 years back, when for the first time a defense expo conducted in Bahrain, 20 years back. At that defense expo, for the first time we have demonstrated our BrahMos missile, our cruise missile. So many delegates from different countries are visiting our stall, and they are curiously checking what is this for, what is this missile, and all our technicians, engineers, and we even deployed some scientists. So even we have deployed some scientists also. They were all explaining to different people who are all coming from different countries, and all are from army. Some countries are deputing their colonel and their generals. All the fleets are coming and they are asking for what for this missile. All these people are explaining all the doubts within the permissible limits. One day, a team of 18 people from Pakistan came to visit our stall. The general was there, and he is too much curious about this missile, and he was asking questions like, what is this missile for? What it can do? What is the vulnerability? So all these engineers are explaining, sir, this is a cruise missile. It will find its own way. Once you trigger the target, it will find its own way. And once you lock your target, only 2 options are left out. One is forget the missile, forget about the missile, it will hit the target, no doubt. Another one, you can give a command for self-destruction. And sir, this missile is cruising at a speed of 3 Mach. It is something like 3 times the speed of sound, and it can travel up to 400 kilometers, and the accuracy is as good as 0.5 meter radius. So all things are explained, but still this major is not happy with this. He wants to meet our chairman. So at that time, the then chairman was Dr. Sugunan. He was also available, but in an adjacent room to this pavilion, big pavilion. His meeting room is there. So a message has been given to the chairman. He was the DG missile, Director General Missiles at that time. So he came to visit the Pakistani delegates. All are from army, no doubt about this, and also the major. And the major was asking him, Dr. Pillai, do you want to sell this missile to Middle East? Pillai told, yeah, definitely. If our terms are met, and if we are given a good price that we are worked out, definitely we are ready to sell this missile to Middle East. He is so fascinated, the general was so fascinated, he again asked the Pillai, so will you send it to Pakistan? Immediately Pillai replied, oh, for Pakistan, forget about the cost. We will deliver you at free of cost. When the time comes, we will deliver whatever missiles is required without any cost to your country. So after 20 years, Operation Sindoor happened, and we have free delivered a few couple of missiles, and this war has been ended without even starting from their side. Now the option is with Pakistan. They have to either decide whether to be remain in geography or be a part of history. So thank you very much for inviting me for this program. So extremely what do we say, brilliant faces we can see, and father and our other resource person is here. So thank you for your kind invitation. So when my chairman, CMA Vinod, he called me for this program, and he told me that you need to address some good students of BCom, because I used to be very familiar in BCom fraternity maybe 5 years back. But I can see not only students here, I can see lot of brilliant faces. There can be future CEOs, there will be future CFOs, entrepreneurs. Who knows? Maybe few of your people may be leading a unicorn in the near future. So I am not going to motivate you in this coming 1 hour, because motivation will not last for more than maybe a couple of days or a week. But I am trying to change the mindset, the way you think, how we need to approach our future. This is what will be my earnest efforts, but it will not be at free of cost. See, we are all finance people. When we will get a return? When we invest, right? Right? When we invest, we will get return. So what you will have to invest? Your time, your attention, your patience, your involvement. If you invest, I am betting you, you will be having a different thought process at the end of this session. Okay? So here is the slides. Recently, there is a research publication, by this Journal of Creative Research, International Journal for Creative Research, and the subject they have researched was employment after retirement. Employment after retirement. This was the subject. So most interestingly, or maybe shockingly, 38% of the people in our country, in our India, opting for employment after retirement. 38%. Do you know when we will be retiring? You may be thinking it is not applicable for you, but yes, it is applicable for you. You will be keen to understand maybe within 10 or 15 minutes. So, do you want to work after retirement? And what do you know at what age we will be retiring if you are employed? Maybe at 55, maybe at 58. We defense people at 60 will be retiring. At that age, even we are continuing employment. Do you want to work after retirement also? Yes. The question is, at what age you need to retire? This is what I want to tell you. So the further they have done something like this. This analysis goes like this. Can you see the bottom? No? I'll read it for you. First one, 29, almost 30% is, they are telling that people are telling we are continuing the employment because of financial needs. Very strange and very awkward here, very dangerous. I will tell you how it is going to affect our life. At 60 or 55, when our mind, body, everything, our movement, everything will be restricted, because that's why we are getting aged. So 30% of people are continuing employment after retirement because of financial financial maybe some issues or financial, they may not be able to keep up or maintain their family or the expenditures. So they are sorry, we are experiencing a technical issue. Yeah, that it is. Another one is, the next one is more shocking for me, at least. For fitness and health, almost 29% of the people are continuing the employment because they want to maintain the fitness. Do you believe this? I don't believe this. Do you believe this? How an after employment, how employment can improve your fitness and health? Tell me. Are you a physical, a trainer or something? I don't know. Next one is something more strange. For pleasure. For pleasure, we are continuing. You can read the journalist in the net. For pleasure, they want to continue the employment. Do you think you will be getting pleasure in employment? Pleasure in employment? You will be getting pressure in employment, no doubt about this. No pleasure. To be open with you, whoever may be telling, I see, I am very happy continuing the employment. Oh, no, yeah. The next one is 5% not specified. What is the problem for specifying? I don't know. Then I was quite sure on one point then. This survey, they claimed to be taken pan-India basis, but I am sure few cases may be, I agree, outside Kerala, and all the population will be survey will be done in Kerala only, because in Kerala we have a habit. Normally we will not tell truth, right? Yes, we will not tell the truth. See, if you are, oh, you are in BrahMos, oh, you want to how the job? Oh, wonderful, yaar. No, yaar. It's also pressure. Employment is not at all giving you a pleasure. I agree. There will be cases you can make the environment good and healthy and pleasure. I agree, but still, you can't say that such a mass population is telling it is for pleasure. They want to continue in the employment, right? So I want to add all the three items like 29, 28 and 36. Everyone is continuing in the employment because of, tell me here, because of sleeping. Then I will raise my voice. Because of financial issues, right? Right? So my question is, how many of you want to become successful in your future life? How many of you want to be successful in your life? Come on, raise your hands. Raise your hands. At least we should explain or we should convey our vote, na? Yes, you want to become successful, right? Second question. Anna, thank you. Okay, so you are all want to become successful in your life, right? Anybody else who don't want to be successful? No. Very good. How many of you want to be rich in your life? How many of you want to be rich in your life? I can see few hands are not even raised. Okay, thank you. Then you do one thing. Oh, okay. So those who are not want to be rich in your life, give me the CV. Definitely I will employ you. Not only in my company, in my associates are also having number of companies. In Cochin University, they are not, my friend is there, the director, they are not getting good candidates for a campus interview. I will give your CV to them and they will give you money per month, which is just sufficient to have your food, your travel, and accommodation, nothing else. Are you ready for that? Because you don't want to invest money, you don't want to become rich. Third question. How many of you want to become financially independent at the age of 35? Okay, fine. Pretty representative of audience here. So my question is, if you want to become successful, if you want to become rich, if you want to become, or if you want to become financially independent at the age of 35, how many of you have a concrete action plan to achieve the above goals? Any of these goals? Did you have any plan? Then how you will be financially independent? Then how you will become rich? Big question. Just dreaming all those things will not happen in this world. There comes the importance of our profession, our commerce profession, how you need to match with the market reality. These are all we'll be discussing in our slides. Yeah, now you are launching yourself as BCom Plus. I don't consider you for ready for launch. After BCom only, you will be starting your next professional course. I am damn sure many of the people sitting over here may be doing other professional courses simultaneously, maybe because I belong to a commerce profession, so I know only 2 or 3 professions only. My apologies for this. You may be, somebody of you may be doing CA. You can do CA along with BCom without disturbing BCom up to intermediate level. After BCom, you can do the final. It will take 2 more years for clearing the final. So BCom plus, that's the point. When you become a graduate, never ever stop your studies. This is just a start only. You will be beginning only after BCom. Mind it. Don't think that, oh, I am becoming a commerce graduate. Now everything is okay. Do you know one thing in India? What is the employability of commerce graduates as a pan-India basis? Just 51% only. And do you know the salary gap? Salary bracket? Nothing to tell you in this forum. I don't want to demotivate people. So after BCom, you may be completing your CA final. Along with your BCom, you can do CMA also. You can qualify CMA, but after that, without disturbing BCom. That's my point. After that, it will take 18 months for your articleship. Then you will be becoming a full-fledged associate member. Another course is there, CS, Company Secretary, right? Anybody is doing any of this course? Great. Company Secretary. You can qualify Company Secretary course also along with your BCom without disturbing your BCom studies and attending class over here. But after BCom, you need to spend again 18 months for getting the associate membership and clearing the articleship. So I know only these 3 courses because I belongs to this fraternity. That's why I am discussing with you all these commerce professional courses. How many of you want to become teachers? Great. Teachers is a very good. Teaching is a very good profession, very satisfying profession. I like teaching very much. In that case, you need to do MCOM also. Then junior JRF you need to do, and all those examinations you need to appear, and you need to score good marks for becoming a very good position in teaching. So BCom plus is really matters very well. Now the thing is, what will be your journey to become a financially independent professional at the age of 35? First, you need to qualify BCom, right? Right? Will you qualify BCom? Okay. So BCom graduation is a basic fundamental. Then again, you may be investing 3 years, 2 to 3 years. Those who has not started any professional course, depending on your ambition or your like and dislikes, you can select many of the courses and you can spend 3 more years, then you will be definitely going for employment. Most of the people going for employment. This employment, while you are in employment, you must understand how to manage money, because that's very important. Those who seriously listening me must understand that if I am investing some money, do you know what is compounding? You have heard the word compounding. Now, if I am investing money, if Sir is investing money, do you know what will be the compounding factor? Money will be the compounding. He can invest 10 lakh rupees, Sir can invest 20 lakh rupees, I can invest 1 lakh rupees. Money will be compounding. But for you, the compounding factor is not money. It is time. You can even invest 40 years. I can't invest in 40 years because by that time I will be buying Tata from this world. That is the potential you are having. So never ever lose your life without understanding the basics of our course and everything. Now this is the another topic I want to discuss with you. Something like hard power and also soft power. All are having hard powers. People are mostly people are investing their time and energy in life for getting the hard power only. People are always forgetting about the soft power. So what could be the hard power? That's very important. You have definitely you will be having hard power. What can be your hard power? Hard power like your BCom, right? Your MCom, your CA, your CMA, your CS, your some certification courses, AI based or some tools you are mastering on AI based or something. These are all your hard power that everyone will be getting. Agree? But everyone, all of them are forgetting about the soft power. I'm a cost accountant. He is also a cost accountant. Why I am not getting much of the chances? Why I am struggling so much to get an acceptance? He is getting all the opportunity. People like him. I don't know. We are equally qualified, equally same profession, same experience. Why? What is wrong with me? What's wrong with me? A big question you need to address. This is why, because we lack soft power. You need to again think of gaining soft powers. What could be the soft power? Very simple, but very difficult. There is no certification course for soft powers. You can improve your communication, right? Right? Communicate. Whatever language you are fluent and familiar, try to communicate in a qualitative manner. Very qualitative manner. Communication is a very important factor. You need to communicate. You need to improve your personality. Discipline. The presentation skills. All are adding to your soft skills. See, you can have a very good body language also. These are also soft powers. We are least bothered about this. When I was joined with Ernst & Young, maybe years before, I got an opportunity to address on this body language among a very big group of employees as well as their directors, and I have ruffled like anything, and I'm very good in body language now. Do you know what is body language? You need to develop these type of soft powers. You can tell lie, but your guests can't tell lie. You can tell any lie or anything you can tell, but your gestures, it will reflect what is in your mind. You may be feeling now, if I am asking you, how is your class? How is the class? How was the session? Oh, that was wonderful. But in your mind, you are telling that, my God, lost one day. Instead of that, I could have made a few more reels in Instagram or some films or movies. I lost them. One day has gone. But your gestures, I can catch you. Small things you can improve, and your mindset will also be improved. I'm telling you some examples how you can improve. When we are going for some function or some negotiation, every time I am talking about only business environment. So if you are going for a negotiation, you may be greeting some other people in another company, right? They may be giving you shake hand. There is a method. There is a quality method to give a shake hand also. There is different type of shake hands. Can you see this type? This type of shake hand, never to give, never to accept. If you accept and you start negotiation, 100% you will fail. That's the problem. Do you know what's the meaning of this type of shake hand? It means that I am very superior, I am very dominant. This shake hand is known as dominant. I am very dominant, and you are very not at all up to me or neither to the basic level. So just I am giving a shake and that's all for greeting, that's all. If your boss or maybe before entering into a negotiation table, if your client is giving a shaken like this, how can you reject that shaken? Then it will be another issue, right? Right or wrong? Right or wrong? Tell me here. Right. Then what we will do? What we will do? Can anybody come forward? I will show you. Yeah. Please come. No. I will show you. These are all very important points you need to learn in your life. Just a shaken also make much different in your life. Yeah. If I am giving a shaken like this, yeah, give me shaken like this. Yeah. Okay. So I have no other option except as like this, na? Then I will leap forward high. So automatically one leap forward will change the position. Don't make that, no, like this. Don't do this. Don't make any force. Okay? This is dominance. Never do this. Next taken. Do you, one is twister. Most good example is Donald Trump. If you give a shaken to Donald Trump, you will be end up with some treatment for some ortho or some anything. You definitely sure. Then this is the twister. This is the twister. So he will be down here. That's also not a good practice. Not the shaken. Which one is known as politician? Politician. If I am a politician, never give shaken like this because it will depict your mindset. Do you want to become like a politician? I mean, maybe good. I am not telling on that one, but still, as a professional, as a commerce professional, we are looking for some company, corporates, and everything. So I am taking those areas apart. Okay, because politicians are very familiar for all cats but not cattle. That's the term they used to describe politician, because without any commitment, you are doing some false words. Do you want to be labeled like this? Never do this. This is the politician. With 2 hands, they will do it. Another one is there, which is dead fish. 4th one. Shake hand. Did you ever seen this type of shake hand? It's a dead fish. Yes, I am very sure you have seen this type of shake hand. Somewhere you may be seen with this dead fish. Okay, thank you. Your name? Justin. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. So these are all little bit of body language. I'm just talked about you about shake hand only, just to make you alert of the situation. And I will also tell you one thing. If I tell you freeze, can you make a standstill in your posture? Please. No change. No change. You can see a lot of people sitting like this. It conveys a meaning. Sitting like this. Do you know what's the meaning? I'm not comfortable with the environment. I feel insecure and I want to protect myself. I am not comfortable with the environment. This is a natural gesture. Don't pretend and make like this. No. Okay, you release. No, nothing to worry. Just to show you what a gesture means. It means that you are not comfortable with the environment and you are quite insecure and you want to protect yourself. You may be thinking, what's the meaning of this point? What's the meaning? Yes, there is a meaning. I will tell you in your business environment what it is going to affect you. So you want to leave tomorrow and you are coming to boss cabin and he is in this posture. Never ask for leave. Never put your point before the boss. I am telling you. Okay. ബോസ് ഓഫീസിലാ. വീട്ടിലാരാ ബോസ്? അറിയാലോ. ഞാൻ ഒരാഴ്ച സെന്റ് തോമസിൽ സ്റ്റുഡൻ്റ് ആയിരുന്നു 30 വർഷം മുമ്പ്. ഒരാഴ്ച. ഞാൻ ഫസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പ് മാത്സ് ഒക്കെയാണ്. അന്ന് ഗേൾസിനെ നമ്മൾ പഠിപ്പിക്കാറില്ല, ബോയ്സ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. അങ്ങനെ മാത്സ് പഠിച്ച് ഒരാഴ്ച കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ടിന് അഡ്മിഷൻ കിട്ടിയില്ല. ഇവിടെ ഭയങ്കര മാർക്ക് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലേ കിട്ടുള്ളൂ അന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത്. ഇപ്പോഴും അങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കാം, ഐ ഡോണ്ട് നോ. ആൾക്ക് 4th ഗ്രൂപ്പ് കിട്ടി അവിടെ ഗവൺമെൻറ് കോളേജിൽ. നമ്മളപ്പോൾ ഫ്രണ്ട്ഷിപ്പാണ് ലൈഫിൽ ഏറ്റവും വലുത്, റൈറ്റ്? ഐ മൂവ് ടു ഗവൺമെൻറ് കോളേജ്. ഓഫ്, വൺ ഓഫ് ദി വേസ്റ്റ് അലമ്മമാരുടെ കോളേജ്. ഓക്കെ, എനിക്ക് വീട്ടിൽ നിന്ന് കിട്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളത് കേട്ട് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതിപ്പോഴും കേൾക്കില്ല. പിന്നെ വീട്ടുകാർ പിന്നെ എന്തായാലും നമ്മളങ്ങനെ വിചാരിച്ചിട്ടില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ പൊക്കോട്ടെ വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതത്രയും ചെയ്യില്ല. പക്ഷേ ഞാൻ അവിടെ പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞാൻ BCom എനിക്ക് എടുക്കാനും പറ്റിയത്. ഐ എം ഇൻ ദിസ് പ്രൊഫഷൻ. അതർവൈസ് എഞ്ചിനീയർ ആകുമായിരിക്കാം, ഐ ഡോണ്ട് നോ. ഐ എം നോട്ട് ദാറ്റ് മച്ച് ബ്രില്യൻറ്റ് അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ടൈം ഓൾസോ, നൗ ഓൾസോ. സോ തിങ് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് വെൻ യുവർ ബോസ് ഈസ് ഐ ഡോണ്ട് നോ, സിൻസ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് റിപ്ലൈങ്. ഇവിടെ അലമ്പന്മാരുടെ സ്ഥലമായിരുന്നു പണ്ട്, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അറിഞ്ഞുകൂടാനെ പറ്റിയിട്ട്. 30 വർഷം മുമ്പ് കഥ പറഞ്ഞത്. നിങ്ങളുടെ പാരൻസ് ആയിരിക്കും അന്ന് ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. അങ്ങനെ ഐ ഡോണ്ട് നോ, പാരൻസ്. തിങ് ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് ഇഫ് യു വീട്ടിലാരാ ബോസ് അറിയാം നമുക്ക്. കാലത്ത് എഴുന്നേറ്റിട്ട് ചീത്ത വിളി കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ, ചീത്ത അറിയാലോ? ഇല്ല. ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് വെരി വെരി പാത്തറ്റിക്. ഇഫ് യു ആർ നോട്ട് റെസ്പോണ്ടിങ്, ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ടു ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ഫോർ മീ. ബിക്കോസ് ഐ ആം നോട്ട് ടോട്ടിങ്, പിന്നെ എന്താ പറയുക, ഇതൊന്നല്ല പഠിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ ഇൻകം ടാക്സ് നല്ല പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ GST നല്ല പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്, അക്കൗണ്ടൻസി നല്ല പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്, ഫിനാൻസ് മാനേജ്മെന്റ് നല്ല പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്, ലോയർ ലോ പഠിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്. യു നീഡ് ടു റെസ്പോണ്ട് ഇൻ എ പ്രോപ്പർ വേ, റൈറ്റ്? റൈറ്റ്? യെസ്, ഗ്രേറ്റ്. അപ്പം വീട്ടിൽ ചീത്തവിളി കേട്ടിട്ട് വന്നേക്കിയ ബോസ് ഇവിടെ. ആ ബോസ് ഇവിടെ അതിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ ഫ്രസ്ട്രേഷനും കൊണ്ട് നിൽക്കുകയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ. അറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ടൈം യു ആർ അപ്രോച്ചിങ് ദി ബോസ് ഇൻ ദി ക്യാബിൻ. സാർ, ടുമാറോ ഒരു പൂരമുണ്ട്, ഒരു പള്ളിയിൽ ഒരു പെരുന്നാളുണ്ട്, അമ്മയുടെ കുഞ്ഞമ്മയുടെ അപ്പുറത്തെ വീട്ടിലെ ആളുടെ വളരെ അടുത്ത ബന്ധമുള്ള ആ കുട്ടിയുടെ മാമോദീസിന് അതിനൊന്ന് പോകണം, ഒരു ലീവ് തരാമോ ചോദിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ എവറിഥിങ് ഈസ് ഫിനിഷ്ഡ്. എവറിഥിങ് ഈസ് ഫിനിഷ്ഡ്, റൈറ്റ്? വാട്ട് ടു ഡു നൗ? ആ സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ എന്ത് ചെയ്യും? വി നീഡ് ടു മേക്ക് ദി ബോസ് ടു ചേഞ്ച് ഹിസ് പോസ്ചർ, റൈറ്റ്? നമുക്ക് പോയിട്ട് കൈ പിടിച്ച് മാറ്റാൻ പറ്റുമോ? പറ്റില്ല. Now, the alternative I am going to tell you is only for boys. Only for boys. Girls not to practice this. Can I tell you? Can I tell you? No, I don't getting your response. I don't know. We will move to the next one. Only for boys. Sir, yes. What's that? Why you are here? Don't you have any other jobs? Sir, I want to tell you something, sir. Yeah, tell me. Is anything special for you today, sir? What special? No, I thought something maybe special for the day because you look so auspicious. Your dressing style, as always, everyone is telling about your dress style. You are very, very particular in your dress style, everything. But today there is something auspicious you are appearing. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ഒരു 2 എണ്ണം ആൾമാരിൽ വെച്ചൊക്കെയാണ് ഞാൻ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുന്നതാ. വൈഫിനൊന്നും നോക്കാറില്ല. പിന്നെ എന്താ വിശേഷം? സാർ, നാളെ ഒരു പൂരം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഒരു ലീവ് എടുത്തോട്ടെ. കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ലീവ് എടുത്തോ. മറ്റന്നാളും വേണോ? ഗേൾസ് ഒന്നും ചെയ്യേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല, അനാവശ്യമായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാനും പാടില്ല. യു ഗോട്ട് ദി പോയിന്റ്. ഗേൾസ് ഒന്ന് ചിരിച്ചു തന്നാൽ മതി. സാർ, പ്ലീസ്, വി ആർ ഓൾ ഹ്യൂമൻ ബീയിങ്സ് ഹിയർ. പ്ലീസ് ബി. ചായ കുടിച്ചോ? ഞാൻ നാളെ അല്ല, നാളെ everything is solved. But so this is advice, it's only for boys. So develop a very good body language. If you are sitting before an interview board, you must ensure a proper dressing, proper gesture, proper body language, and a proper communication. You agree? Even soft power, actually countries are gaining soft powers. Even countries. Because why you want soft power? Then only you can attract people, attract the firms, attract the companies, even attract the world and attract the countries. Even countries are having big soft powers. For example, America software, MTV, Hollywood, their Pepsi, Coca-Cola, their Disneyland, everything is their soft power. Hard power is their military strength, right? It will be evoked wherever is required, but software needs to be practiced. That's why countries are practicing soft powers. India is also having soft power. Do you know what's our soft power? Bollywood. Do you know in how many countries Bollywood movies are released? Almost 100 plus countries, all the Bollywood movies are released. Our Ayurveda, our yoga, our masala chai, these are all our soft powers. Why you want soft power? Why countries are requiring soft power? Tell me. To attract other countries, to attract investment, to attract people, to attract business, we need soft power. Do you know we have there's a serious security problem with Afghanistan? We don't have any military mission at Afghanistan, but we have a very big investment in Afghanistan because it is very hard or almost impossible to call Afghanistan or coordinate some functions at Afghanistan at 8:30 in the evening every day, because at that time an Indian television serial in Hindi, Kyonki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Bhi, has been dubbed into their Dari language and has been telecast in the Tolu TV, and almost all 98% of Afghans are clustering around the television serials for televisions to see the serial. Even the functions are disturbed, marriage functions are disturbed, bride and bridegrooms are kept alone, and all the people are coming before the television serial and to see this serial every day at 8:30. Reuters reported this 2 years back. This is the soft power. And the people writing in the vehicle windscreen, parked in the roadside, in their hands, Tulsi Zindabad or Long Live Tulsi. Tulsi is the as a gratitude to the heroine of that show, Tulsi. Did you ever heard about that serial? Kyonki Saas Bhi Kabhi Bahu Thi. There was a Hindi serial. This is the soft power we are having. Do you know India is having the largest number of television news channels in the world? Television news channels. Even some countries are put together, we are having the largest number of television news channels. This is the soft power our country is exercising in this world. So try to have what we say, a positive mindset as well as a good body language, and also you exercise your soft power. Unless you are having a soft power, you will be a big failure. We know mobile, right? In the mobile, there is a hardware and software. Without a software, can you use the mobile? No, that's it. Case is same like this. You need to practice, or you need to acquire soft powers in your life. Very, very important. This is the next area I want to discuss with you. AI. Except in temple, church and mosque, wherever you go, this term is an essential factor, right? AI, artificial intelligence. Okay, wherever you go. So, did you ever using any AI in your maybe in your day-to-day life? Any AI you are using? I am very sure. Yes. Which one is that? ChatGPT. Yes, we are all using ChatGPT. Okay, we are all using ChatGPT. But there's a little bit dangerous also there. See, I already talked about you regarding communication, right? Communication, what you need to do is you need to develop a proper communication. So it's a written language, AI will take care, ChatGPT will take care, right? If it's a written language. But recently I got an email. A director has been appointed, and a printout is came to me for getting his acceptance. So I have given to the director, congratulations, you have been appointed as the director of our company, and you need to give me the acceptance. Do you know what he has written? He cannot use ChatGPT at that time, no? I hereby accept my consent to become director of this company, and I will be able to join on so and so date, and signature. There's nothing wrong in this. But even a single sentence we can assess your capability. That's the problem. Nowadays people are not wearing heavy ornaments, right? Earlier days it was there. Now nobody is doing. Minimal concept is the concept going on, minimum. communicate minimum. He can very well written that I hereby accept the offer for the post of. Don't communicate like this. It's a very old style. I accept your offer. That's it. You agree? You have to cut down the sentences. Otherwise, people can easily read you. Even a single sentence, if you cut, make a comma, it makes much difference. We used to say there is a verdict by a judge in a court. Hang him. Hang him. Not let him leave. Hang him, comma, not let him leave. If the comma is put another place, hang him not, let him leave. Even a single comma is making a much difference in our communication. So we should be very aware of how to communicate, how to properly be very clear on our approach, attitude, everything. It makes much important. So, okay, I agree. You are all doing chat GPT. Let me see whether we can ഇത് അവിടേക്ക് എടുത്ത് വെച്ചാൽ പ്രോബ്ലം ആവോ? ഉണ്ടോ? Okay, let me see. Now, yeah. Now we are doing some what we say. Yeah. I will show you some AI tools, which is very essential for current days business environment as well as you people. Our commerce. ഇതെന്താ ഇതിൽ വരാത്തെ? അവിടുത്തെ ആളെന്ന് വിളിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? Because it is very well showing over here, but I don't know why it is not over there. സ്ക്രീനിലേ പഴയത് മാത്രമേ വരുന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇതെന്തുകൊണ്ട് വരാത്തത്? ഈ സ്ക്രീനല്ല അവിടെ വരണേ. ഈ സ്ക്രീൻ വരണ്ട. കഴിക്കാം, നോ പ്രോബ്ലം. 11:45 റൈറ്റ്? ഇത് അല്ല, പവർ പോയിന്റ് ആണ് അവിടെ ഡിസ്പ്ലേയിൽ വരണേ. ഇത് കണ്ടാൽ മതി. ഏതാണോ ഈ സ്ക്രീന് അത് അങ്ങനെ തന്നെ ഡ്യൂപ്ലിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ മതി. ഓക്കെ, എക്സ്റ്റെൻഡ് അല്ല, ഓക്കെ, ഡ്യൂപ്ലിക്കേറ്റ്. ഓക്കെ 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 ഓക്കെ. So now we will generate some reports, whatever it may be, maybe your PowerPoint presentation or maybe projects. You can use Gamma. Many of the people may be using Gamma, I'm very sure. What project you need to generate today? Tell me. Which project you want to generate? Floor is yours. Tell me. Any suggestion? അതിന് മനസ്സിലാവാത്തതും കൂടി പറയല്ലേ, because there are Gen Z words which nobody can understand. I heard about YOLO, you only live once. I heard about VUCA, vulnerable, uncertain, complex and ambiguity. VUCA, we are saying we are living in a VUCA world, because all the world this VUCA is very familiar. This Gen Z word is very familiar, but except in America, because in America They have another word instead of this VUCA, it is Donald Trump. Yeah. Which process you need to generate right now? BCom, is there is any project? No. Any project in your mind? No. Tell me. Sorry? AI business. Okay. AI in business. Wonderful. Best question to ask an AI itself. Yeah, it's already generated. Now we are generating slides. Here is your gamma working for you. It will generate all the slides. You can count the time. Maybe it may take 1 minute or a few more seconds. It can generate it for you. ഇല്ല ഇല്ല ഞാൻ AI ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്നതാ കുഴപ്പമില്ല. Now it is exporting to your PPT slides so that you can see the beauty how gamma is creating for you. Yeah. Now it is downloading and your AI in business is ready. I'll simply close the other one. Yeah. Here is your gamma presentation. Yeah. See how beautiful it is here. Better than me. Better than my presentation. See. 10 slides they have generated. Yeah. See. This is all about a simple AI software. So will AI will replace us? Do you anyone heard about bank reconciliation? Really, 1 minute is required. If anyone has heard about tax audit, 2 minutes is required. If anyone is known about GST to be reconciliation, GST reconciliation, to be reconciliation, anybody heard about this? 30 seconds. We will do tax audit within 2 minutes. Do you want to see this? Or we will, because AI is a big ocean, you can master in AI. I have taken all the files for you. So I think we are short of time. Otherwise, we can do tax audit. It's a very macro. You need not know anything about programming, Python. Everything it will do. Within a fraction of a second, you can do all the tax audit, all the tedious sections, all the 40A, 43B, 40A3, 40A2, everything will be taken care by these AI tools. It's a big era. So those who are very familiar with AI will replace those who does not know about AI. So we will close this here. So only one thing I need to, I want you to take away as a takeaway. Only one slogan every day you need to repeat. Only one thing you need to repeat. What is that? Quality in everything I do. Okay? Whatever you do, it should be with the quality. Quality in everything I do. That should be the slogan. And do you know what is the average age of Indians? Just 29 years. 65% of the population is below 35 and 50% of the population is below 25. So you are the majority now in India. Do you know what is the average age of people in America? It is 40. In Japan, 47. Europe, 46. But we are at 29. So what will be the message for the entire nation? We, the vibrant, young, energetic, professional people are coming. And our message for the world will be, keep ready. We are coming. See you at the top. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Associate Professor Dr. G. John of St. Joseph College Autonomous Trichy to address us. Father.
Last 1 hour, we heard about the market volatility as an professional academics. Okay. Then thank you so much, Sugunan sir, for your valuable words and the directions of our future, better future. Then move on to the next expert session. Vinod Father will introduce our resource person. Father, please.
Very respected, our distinguished resource person, Dr. G. John, Associate Professor in Commerce, Head of the Department of Commerce and Head of the Department of Business Analytics of St. Joseph College, Trichy, and all other faculties and research scholars, students, and my dear friends. It's my great privilege and pleasure to introduce our distinguished resource person for today's session, Dr. G. John, Associate Professor Commerce and Head of the Department of Commerce, St. Joseph College, Trichy. For me, introducing Dr. John is indeed a special and memorable moment because I have a personal academic connection with St. Joseph College, Trichy. Therefore, it gives me immense happiness and pride to welcome an eminent academician from an institution that is very close to my academic journey. Actually, our commerce department in self-financing section is highly pleasure and highly privileged because our big dream is coming true. Earlier, we were joining with our parental department, that means our commerce department in aided section for having these academical sessions. But today, we are self-sufficient in academic sessions also because we are conducting our first national seminar. And in a way, our college and our commerce department, both aided and self-financing, are deeply indebted to St. Joseph College, Trichy, because our beloved principal, Dr. Martin, is also a alumni of St. Joseph College, Trichy. And in our parental department, that means our commerce aided department, for the first PhD BioVos examination, for that session, it was for the external examiner is from St. Joseph College, Trichy. It was my beloved guide, Dr. Praveen Durey. As an highly impressive academic session in our parallel department was in a way inaugurated by professor from St. Joseph College, Trichy. And in our self-financing section, our very big dream is coming true with this national seminar, and this also from our St. Joseph College, Trichy. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Dr. G. John. Actually, his contribution to research is particularly noteworthy. He has published more than 130 articles, and he has successfully guided 12 PhD scholars, while 6 research scholars are currently pursuing their doctoral research under his guidance. And also for these sessions, as a resource person, he has conducted about 400 training programs, and he has participated as a resource person about 100 sessions. So we are so we are so happy, and we are so blessed with his academical independence and academical skillfulness. So it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome Dr. G. John. When we called him, with pleasure he received our invitation, and he has taken great pain to come here, because he traveled yesterday to Coimbatore, and today early morning he started from Coimbatore, and unfortunately that train was 1 hour delay, but he is here at time, and it is so our very pleasure to have him in our midst. So with all my pleasure, and also I am also greatly indebted to St. Joseph College, Trichy, because my studies also had in St. Joseph College, Trichy. So with pleasure I warmly welcome Dr. G. John to our midst for having the very inspiring session. Thank you.
Good morning. So, sweet people usually speak sweet words about others. So that's Father Finosh, the head of the Department of Commerce, and the convener, Professor Delma, and the student conveners and other faculty members of the Commerce Department, and the participants from St. Thomas College and other colleges. Happy good morning to all of you. I'm very grateful to visit such an eminent institution, almost 135 years old, and my institution is around 183 years. But when I looked at the NAAC score, I became little envious of your college. Your NAAC score is about 3.7, but our NAAC score is only 3.56. It's something high score which no other college. Very few colleges have a score of about 3.7 and above. One is yours, and I know another college, Marian College in Kutikanam. So they also have that score. So I feel immediately what my attention went was that very famous slogan of Onida TV, owners pride and neighbors envy. So I feel envious of St. Thomas College, and I wish that my college also gets a score of above 3.7. So thank you very much for calling me for here. My session is going to be for an hour almost. So 11:45, I'll finish by 12:45, I suppose. Right. While I was talking to my colleagues one day, a few years back, and my colleagues in the commerce department and other departments told me that I am parking my funds and I am investing my funds in fixed deposits. And when I heard this statement, I am putting my funds, I am saving my funds in fixed deposit. And they were they had their own reasons, of course, why they were saving in fixed deposits and so on. Then I kept my mouth shut because any drastic comment I cannot give because it might hurt others. So I did restrain myself from giving a very drastic comment. But when I came out and when I was in the vicinity of my close friends, I told them, and that would be the foolish for a teacher, and especially for a commerce teacher, to invest his funds in fixed deposit. And I consider this is the most foolish decision a commerce teacher can do. And I have my own reasons, and they have their own reasons. Very simple. They do not have the financial literacy. We teach about stock market. We teach about share market. We teach about various avenues of investment, but never, ever a person who has the financial literacy with a commerce background, if he is going to invest in fixed deposit and if he is going to say that I have invested, and that is the most foolish decision, I would say. For all the reasons, I can defend my statement. So that's one aspect. The another aspect, in 2019 COVID time, we arranged for a session from New York. Our student was addressing. Our former student was addressing. He studied some 30-40 years back, and he is the owner of a 5-star hotel. And he had he has 2-3 5-star hotels in India. And he was at that time when he was in New York, he was trying to come up with a 5-star hotel in New York. Radha Group of Hotels. He is the owner of Radha Group of Hotels. He is the owner. And at the end of the session, I asked him one question. He studied BCom here at St. Joseph's some 40 years back. Sir, is there anything that you missed from St. Joseph's? I asked him. And immediately he said, I wish my college had taught me financial literacy. All the financial literacy that I have today is what I learned myself. But whereas in other countries, they start teaching children financial literacy from age 5th or 6th onwards. Whereas this is something very peculiar in India. We don't teach financial literacy in India. And that even, and I was sure that it is true. And I was very sure because a commerce professor investing in fixed deposit is a foolish, I said. And the effect is, and I have started, all these culminated in me taking my kind of ambition to teach financial literacy to my students, and I am teaching today. And I have designed a paper called Personal Financial Management for both UG as well as PG, and for the open elective for the entire college. And I see to it that this financial literacy is taken to the students. And I take this as a mission. Wherever it is possible, I teach and I tell them. Even today, when I was traveling from my sister's home to the railway station, which took me about 25 minutes, with the driver, I taught him 1 or 2 bits of financial literacy to him. I take it as a life mission. But without knowing all these things, they fixed me to talk about this one. Anyway, I am grateful that at least few people, maybe 2 or 3 people would listen to me, and they will take a lesson for their life. Because I have taken a lesson out of all these things that I am going to teach you. and I am implementing whatever I teach. And I see that, as the other person was telling, being wealthy is a matter of attitude. That attitudinal change, that is the crux of the matter. If you are rich, it is because of the attitude towards money. If you are poor, it is because of the attitude that you have. Simple. It is the attitude, and then only everything happens. So with that, I don't have much time. Of course, I need some 2-3 hours to cover the entire. And all these things are based on not just textual information while teaching personal financial management or while teaching portfolio management. So I combine with my personal experience, right? More the practice that I do. See, I've been in the capital market for the last 25 years. And I know what is needed for my life. And I am implementing it. And, to tell you back some boasting that might help you. That's why I'm trying to boast, blow my own trumpet. In 2000, I became a permanent employee, starting as a tenured job. And till then, I started my career in the year 1993. And I was teaching as a part-timer, doing PhD and so on. Then I became a permanent member only in 2000. And from 2000, when I started my career in 2000, till 2010, I was not having any savings. Because as a matter of fact, we always tell financial prudence, 20% of what you earn every month should go towards, that is a standard protocol. 20% of what you earn should go towards savings. And I was having that 20%, but my savings were enough to meet my both ends meet till 2010. And I started from scratch. I did not receive any money from my parents. I did not receive any money from wife's parents. We started from scratch, zero, and then we both are government employees, regular salary, a very decent salary. And from till 2000, I had built my house. I was on a loan. I had bought a car in 2000. It was on a loan. And my children were getting educated. Everything was all there. So till 2010, I didn't have any savings. And for the last 4 years, I don't have any savings because my children are studying abroad. Both of them are studying abroad. And my financial commitment every month is around 2,25,000 rupees. And so for the last 4 years, I don't have any savings. And when my kids came during the month of January 2026, I called them and then I told them about my financial position. See, I teach them whatever the financial literacy that I also teach my children. And I told them, see, I have taken a life insurance. If I die, you should not be left in lurch. And I have taken a policy for 20 lakh rupees in my name and in my wife's name. So you'll get 40 lakh rupees. So this is the life policy that I have taken. And this is a life policy in my name. And you will be getting the 50% of 50%, my son and daughter. I told them, and this is 3,30,000 I have to pay every year premium. See, this is one aspect. And these are all the investment and so on. Then I told them, when I retire, when we both of us retire, so you don't have to worry about your future, that both of you will have at least 1 crore rupees. I'll give you, that is my target. When I retire, that is the target that I have fixed. Why do I tell all these things? And Sir was telling you that 30% of the people who work, who want to take up job after the retirement, the reason is the financial insecurity, the financial freedom. And yesterday, I was having a conversation with my family members that the government of Tamil Nadu is contemplating increasing the age, retirement age to 62. And I have to retire in 2 years' time. But they are going to increase the age to 68 too. And myself and wife told, we both of us, with my sisters, I said, what nonsense is this? When youngsters are not getting proper employment, they don't have employment, and increasing the age, I was not for it. Maybe I get a personal benefit, but the youngsters, only when I leave the job, then another person will come into this one. And also, see, even if I retire today, I will be able to lead, maintain the same standard of life that I maintain while I am in job. See, that is the financial security, that is the financial freedom. And if a person, a commerce man, or a person who studies all these things, doesn't practice all these things in life, then what is the use of learning all these things? You should have ultimately the financial freedom. And there are many opportunities which we don't practice. And this is what I'm going to tell you during the next 45 minutes. Very simple. Just prices going up and down is known as volatility. Simple. Right? And how do you face this volatility? And just let me know, how many of you are investing already in stock market? Please put your hands up. What is the app that you use? Grow, okay. Yourself? Grow. Zerodha? Angel One? Anybody? So only 2 people are investing money in stock market. But you know, I remember when in 1996 in Holy Cross College. Now I had a group of students whom I was teaching foundation course, CA foundation course, the papers, right? Some 3-4 girls I was teaching, and I was not into the full-time employment then, and they were telling about one group of girls in 1996 doing BCom at St. Joseph's. And these girls were enjoying their life like anything. And every weekend, they'll fly away. They'll go to different destinations and they'll enjoy life like anything. And they are very studious also. And I was just making an inquiry. How do they make money? How do they have money, so much of money? And they revealed that they get a lump sum amount from their parents at the beginning of the semester. And they do trading. They earn money and they used to take care of all their expenditure of staying in hostel and spending all the weekends in hotels and tourist places and so on by getting money, a lump sum money at the end of beginning of every semester, and they were managing. And believe it or not, at that time, I knew nothing about stock market. But I was a teacher. But the students were doing and they were earning enough to lead a very secured life at that time. So that was a kind of a revelation for me. If the students can do, then only after 10-15 years, I started entering into the stock market around 2005, and I am still into the stock market every day. I'll look into the stock market and I'll go through my portfolio and I'll be just learning what is happening in the stock market, right? So I have a bit of enough background to advise you, right? It is not just a bookish information that I am going to share. So I am going to supplement my bookish information along with what I have learned by practicing in stock market. So this volatility, I never care about volatility. It never affects me because I know what it is, right? So it's prices fluctuating very heavily, going up and going down very heavily. But there is a difference between volatility and risk. Risk means losing capital that you have invested and losing the income that you intend to get from investing in share market. So risk is something different, whereas volatility is something different. So volatility is very, very short, right? It will go up drastically and it will come very drastically. That's what we call it as so definitely volatility is not something to do with the market is falling. It's a temporary, understand that it is just a temporary fluctuation in the share price movements. That's it, right? So what drives volatility? economic data, any good news, simple. See, in the stock market, any good news will inflate the price, and any bad news will bring down the price, right? Any good news for that matter. So instead of seeing all these economic data, global political events and so on, just view it. If it is a good news, the prices will go up. If it is a bad news, the prices will come down. For example, you are going to have a good monsoon, good news, prices will go up. And there will be a war between Iran and Iraq, or India and Pakistan, the price will come down. So good news and bad news. And see, only when you understand these basics, you will be able to understand and manage volatility properly. That's why I'm covering all these basics. So there are three pillars of investment. First is safety, liquidity, and return. Right? Say at any point of time, you can just stop me. You can ask me for explanation. Feel free. Right? Otherwise, you will doze off. So that's also another reason. And the more you ask questions, the more I will be able to share my experience. Right? So you cannot sacrifice all the three. Whenever you try to invest your money, all the three have to be there. So return, safety, and liquidity. Liquidity is nothing but how quickly you are able to convert your asset into cash. Right. So all these have to be balanced. And remember, a good investment portfolio balances all the three pillars. Right. But it depends on your exposure to risk. All are not equally risky. So how risky you are, how you are, so it depends on. So you cannot give the same suggestion to all people. No, it's never the case. See, that's another mistake that we commit when teaching portfolio management. We teach as a common subject. But suppose if I teach, what's your name? What's it? So Grinit, suppose if I were to teach her, then I'll be teaching something different. I cannot tell her the same thing. Suppose if I teach you, what's your name? Angel. And then for Angel, I'll be teaching a different syllabus. Not the same content that I'll be teaching. Right? So it should be tailor-made according to individuals, because the risk propensity, how much risk that you individual can bear, that depends. Your attitude, your goal, your background, and so on. So you cannot teach the same syllabus for everybody, the same stuff for everybody. And I think it's some kind of bookish trader and investor. Please, my advice is, don't be a trader. Never be a trader. But you can. But be an investor. Never try to be a trader, but it doesn't exclude that nobody should try. No, you can. Definitely you can, but you should be very, very cautious. You should be very strong in your technical analysis. And without very strong in technical analysis, which is very difficult to learn, even I don't have time to learn about a technical analysis. I am not interested, and also I don't have that much of luxury of time to learn about the technical analysis, and I am wary of learning technical analysis. So I keep away from technical analysis. Of course, I've made my son learn the technical analysis, and he has done it, and he has earned profit. It's okay. But even then, I don't advise my children to go for technical analysis, but you can build a career out of technical analysis. The simple reason is you might end up losing a lot of money, but if you are very shrewd, if you properly learn the technical analysis, definitely there is a chance that you can earn crores and crores of rupees. But before plunging into technical analysis, you should be properly grounded in theoretical aspects and practical aspects. Only then you have to go for technical analysis. Maybe few of you, maybe one or two of you can try for technical analysis and build a career about this one. But this investor, anybody can be an investor. Anybody can be an investor. And you should be an investor. Otherwise, there is no meaning in studying commerce at all. There's no meaning. Having the professor, a commerce professor who invested in fixed deposits, I would say, when you study something, but when you don't apply it in your life, then what is the use of studying portfolio management when you study the investment management? And for that, and this is very simple, by doing the fundamental analysis. And the basic difference between the trader and the investor is, a trader or a speculator tries to gain money, earn profit during a very short term. A speculation, a kind of gambling, very short period, maybe in a day, maybe within a minute, maybe within a fortnight, within a month or something. But an investor is long-term oriented. Remember that one. An investor tries to gain money out of capital market over a long period of. What is a long period of time? The minimum is 5 years. Minimum 5 years. And that's what I call it as long period of time. And I tell you these things are based on the experience, based on the data. It's a concrete data we have. And in the long term, you have my word, you will never lose. You will never lose in the long run. 3 to 5 years. There's no chance of losing money at all. First of all, you have it in your mind. If you are a long-term investor, there is 100% no chance that you will lose money in share market. And the savings and investment, the difference between, what is meant by, always I tell this formula, and that's what I told the driver today, this morning. Income minus expenses is equal to savings. Do you all agree? And that is the foolish lesson people should have taught you. No. Income minus savings is equal to expenditure. Income minus savings is equal to expenditure. And that is financial literacy. See, that anybody can teach. Income minus expenditure is equal to no. You will end up being poor. I told you it's a matter of attitude. So it depends on your attitude. Right. So now the key differences between savings and investment. So 3+ years, liquidity, everything. Right. These are all returns. Simple. See, if you are going to invest, save your money very passively in your savings account. Likely that you will get 2.5% interest or 3%, or if it is going to be a fixed deposit with government banks, maybe around 6.6%. And if it is going to be a private sector bank, then it will be around 7%, not more than that one. But you will get, if you are going to be an investor in stock market, 15%, 8 to 15%. My target is always above 15%. And my investment for the last 20 years, I choose in such a way, my target minimum is 15%. I get, and I've been getting this, I'm hitting the target even during the worst of the markets. Even when the market goes down drastically, even when there is market volatility. And from January this year, the market is very volatile, right? And I have checked my data. I checked my portfolio, and it has given me, of course, I don't like to show you the figures because I have accounts in all the 4 members, this one, account, my family members. And I checked the outcome, how much I have gained. And I have gained around 14% during this year when the market is very volatile. So my target is 15%. But when the market jumps upward, then I'll be able to go up to 20%. And that is by being an investor. And you must also definitely, you should understand when you want to become an investor, when you want to participate in a capital market, these 3 types. Definitely you have to be very clear about this one. Large cap, mid cap and small cap. Right? So where you are going to park your funds, that's important. And that's going to define how it is going to affect your market volatility. That will affect your performance. So there are different definitions. In India, it is about first top 100 companies, right? 101 to 100, 250 ranking. Those companies are called mid cap and small caps, and all of them are very different. All of them, and you should know exactly what their nature is. So large cap, less risky. If whenever you think about large cap, you think about the companies like HCL, TCS, Tata Motors, Wipro, L&T, and so on. They are the large companies, right? And then you have mid caps, the next two companies, and then you have small caps. Now, I will give you a practical example. I don't go much for large cap companies, though I may invest few large cap companies, but I mostly invest in small cap companies. But small cap companies are very risky, very risky. So risk wise, small cap companies are very risky, and better is large cap and the middle cap, mid cap companies, right? But see, I told you, it depends on individuals, right? But I do, of course, I have portfolio in all three, mid cap, small cap, and who should avoid large cap and who should go for large, mid cap and small cap. That you need to be very, very clear if you were to advise or if you were to follow your financial goals, right? So who should invest? For example, very conservative. I'm not a conservative. I'm a risk taker. I take risk because I can afford to take risk. I have the ability to take risk, and I don't depend on one income. I depend on multiple incomes. So I can take risk. And so this one, people who, the short-term aggressive investors, right? So I divide my funds in all the three. And when I divide the funds in all the three, I get the average. I always look at the average money, average return that I get. And this is the data, the last 5 years and 10 years data. If you look at the 10 years data, this is a result that you get. For example, the historical, the compound annual growth rate of these three. Large cap company is around 15%, and mid cap is 17% to 19%, and the small cap is around 18%. And I invest in all the three, and I invest in small cap companies. Right? And now volatility, which is more volatile. Small cap companies are more volatile. Look at this one, 22%. The volatility is more in case of, see, always this mantra, risk is more, return is more. Risk is less, return is less. Right? Large cap companies are very less risk, but the return is also very less. And also, see, this drawdown markets, that is the volatility. What is the result of volatility that you will see? So when during the times of depression, during the times of market coming down, see, this max drawdown is a very good indicator of these three. See, the price goes up during volatility, and immediately the price comes down during the volatility. So what is the difference between the peak point, and what is the difference between the peak point and the lowest point before the market jumps? So peak and the low, right? That means today the share price may be 100, tomorrow the share price may be 60. What is the difference between these two? 40. That is what we call it as max drawdown, right? And look at this, in small cap, it is very, very volatile. It's around 50 to 65% drop from the peak. That's what we call it as. So that means you can suffer loss. Suppose if you are today buying, then the next day it may become 60 out of 100. So 60% loss you can be there. But here For large cap, it is only 20% or 35%. And also the risk adjusted return. And see, when you are investing money, see, you always look into balancing the risk, right? So the risk adjusted return is also very high in case of large cap company. See, this is how you will have to use your prudence. So what is your propensity to bear the risk? If you can bear the risk, if you are ready to bear the risk, and then you will go for small cap. But among these three, during the times of volatility, the safest bid is the mid cap, because the mid cap, the highest. Look at this. And also another measure of volatility is the standard deviation. So the standard deviation during the last 10 years, see, for large cap it is 12 to 16%, for mid cap it is 16 to 20%, and for small cap it is 20 to 28%. Higher the number, higher the deviation. So now you know which company to choose from, the shares, or which mutual fund that you need to choose. Then again you have to personalize, right? Where do I stand? Where am I in the riskometer? So where am I in the riskometer? Then accordingly you will have to choose. And also the liquidity. All three are not of the same nature when it comes to liquidity, right? And large cap companies are always very liquid, and followed by mid cap companies. And in case of liquidity, the low score is for small cap companies, right? So this is what I explained, what is max drawdown and the Sharpe ratio. And the Sharpe ratio was given by one of the Nobel laureate. So now we go. So how do we measure volatility? There are three measures to understand volatility in the stock market. The first one is standard deviation. The second one is beta. And the third one is VIX. I'll explain one by one. Right. The standard deviation. So before investing, and especially during the market, when the markets are fluctuating very heavily, temporarily, and you have to look into the standard deviation of each script, each share, or each fund, mutual fund, right? So to tell you an example, and you have to choose a fund which is very less in SD numerically. It's always good. But is it the same? No, definitely not the same. I'll tell you one typical example. So let's assume that there are two cricket players, Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma. Right. Could anybody answer this one? See, 5 innings, both of them score 150 runs in 5 innings. Look at the screen. Don't look into this SD and other information. Just look at this data. 5 innings data, runs scored. Now you are the selector. Whom will you choose? You have to choose, after 5 innings, you will have to choose another person. Whether you are going to choose Virat Kohli or don't look into other, only 150. The average is 30 from 5 innings, and both of them score 30 as an average. Whom will you choose? You will choose VK. Who said you will choose VK? Can you just tell me why you will choose VK? So there is consistency. That's a very good reason. Yes. What is that? Oh, no, I see. I told you without looking into that one. Oh, he is consistent. Okay. You will. Okay. Obviously. So you have looked into consistency of an individual, right? And then what about this side? Anybody? If anyone has a different answer, I'm asking, I'm trying to explore so that we also try to think. Just I'm trying to make you think. Whom will you choose? I will choose Rohit Sharma. But I won't advise you to choose Rohit Sharma. Definitely. I'm not here to advise you to choose Rohit Sharma. I'll advise you based on this one to choose only Virat Kohli. But when it comes to me personally, because the next chance of Rohit Sharma scoring is 28.5 runs next 6th innings, because he's unpredictable, but that is risky. That is very risky. Whereas safely you can conclude that he will score around 20 to 38 next. See, that 150 and 30. 150 is the total, 30 is the average, around which the deviates, plus or minus. So plus or minus 8 in case of Virat Kohli. And for him, plus or minus 29 for Rohit Sharma. But what is the probability of next innings? It could be anything. So it could be even, so Rohit, I'll take the risk. If I am the selector, we'll go with Rohit Sharma. If he hits, he'll hit around 50 or 55. If he fails, no problem. Other players will make it up. Other players will make it up. See, in the Indian team doesn't depend on one Rohit Sharma. There are many people, but there is a probability of Rohit Sharma scoring more is greater. But what defines choosing him? I have backup with other players. So this is how you need to interpret. You need to interpret. Right? See, this is what I do. In constructing the portfolio, I choose small cap companies, which is very risky, which is highly volatile. And when in times of volatile, the loss is greater in case of small cap companies. But during the times of flourishing, during good times, they will outperform mid and large cap companies. And any loss is there. Suppose if the loss is there in case of volatility of the market, then the mid cap and large cap will compensate. And the averaging effect, I would always go for averaging, not one individual script. No. Sometimes there will be loss. Sometimes it may not yield. But I always look at the averaging. Maybe some shares are in red for me. But I choose in such a way that the average is. So it depends. But in general, you always go for a script or a share which has less standard deviation. Right? So that is a safe bet. And again, 10-year data. This is the 10-year actual data. So how much is the standard deviation for large cap? It is around 12 to 16%. It is based on 10-year data of the entire market. All the large cap companies have had around 16% standard deviation. And for mid cap, it is around 20. For small cap, more risky. That's what it shows, right? That means the large cap companies have less volatility than the other two, mid cap and small cap. Yes, this high standard deviation is not always bad. See, this is what books teach. Books teach you choose what is less. But books will not tell you that you can also choose a share where SD is more. That comes only from practical experience. And then you have the next one to help you choose during the times of volatility. Then the beta. Look at the beta. So beta compares one script with the total market. One script, one share, one fund with the total market. See, for example, let us take a TCS. So the Nifty or Sensex moves 10% high, then your TCS also moves 10%, exactly 10%. Then it is 1. Beta is 1. Nifty Sensex moves 10%, but your share TCS goes 10% down, minus 1%, right? And moves in line with the market is equal to 1, right? Opposite is minus 1, same direction. See, this you will have to be very, very careful applying the beta. Whether your share, whether your script or your portfolio, what is the beta? So more volatile than market. If beta is 1, greater than 1, then your share is more volatile than 1. And less than 1, less volatile. So that you can use the beta as a measure to gauge what is going to happen in the future. So these two, if you are able to understand the implications of beta and the implications of standard deviation, I think you will be in a better position to build your portfolio. Right. And of course, you have a VAX index, right? And the VA index, if it is higher, we don't choose. If it is lesser, we go for it, right? So these three indices can be used to assess the riskiness of your investment. So you have to base your investment decision based on these three index, but you will have to interpret correctly. Correct interpretation is very essential. And how volatility impacts each category. See, that's the reason why I told you. You should understand the different classes of investments, and you must also understand difference between investment and savings, and you must also understand the differences, the different characteristics of mid cap, small cap and large cap, and how volatility may affect these three categories of investment. The first one, for example, in case of large cap companies, large stocks, definitely volatility is very, very less. It will not affect much. And in case of small cap companies, it is greater. Volatility will affect greater. And mid path is always mid cap companies, right? The reason you must understand the reason. Who is investing in large cap companies? And who is investing in mid cap companies? And who is investing in small cap companies? And also the liquidity. See, the large cap companies usually safe bets, safe players like institutional investors. People like LIC, for example. So the companies, they don't want to, because they are dealing with public fund. For example, LIC is a typical example. LIC is the public limited company, and they deal with money of the people. We all invest in LIC, and they don't want to take risk. They invest in large cap companies, right? And since they invest in large cap companies, the liquidity is always safe. There is no issue. And here the mid cap companies, it's somewhere it is balancing between large cap and small cap. It always balances, right? And the more risky is small cap companies. Now, for example, now how do you base your decision? Suppose you see that for the next 1 year, the market is going to be highly volatile. Simple. And you have 10 lakh rupees to invest during this year, right? So I am giving you an assumption. You have 10 lakh rupees to invest. The market is for the next 1 year going by VAX. The market is going to be very volatile, right? Could anyone tell me which one will you choose of these three, mid, small and large? I have given you two conditions. And if you want to ask any questions, you can also ask me further clarifications. 10 lakhs, market for the next 1 year is going to be very volatile. Which one will you choose? Mid cap, small cap or large cap? Anybody? Just to explore. We have nothing wrong in exploring, and I am going to supplement your answer. If it is right, I will say if it's right, and I will give my own reasons why what I will do. I will also say. Yes, please. it is always best bet, right? So you do not know what is going to happen, right? Always put 30% in mid cap, 30% in small cap, another 30% or 40% in like you spread it. See, that's always a safe bet. The loss in one area occurring, for example, if it is a small cap companies, if volatility is more, the loss will be more, right? And that will be covered by this one. That's one way, right? And it also depends on, I'll be asking another question. Suppose if she is asking that, if she is coming in, to me to give my counseling, right? I would ask you, another immediate question would be, inquiry would be, for how long you want to invest? My question would be, I want to have the investment taken back from the market within 2-3 years. Then I would say go for large cap company and mid cap company. No, sir, I'm going to be there in the market. I don't want any money for the next 5 years. Then accordingly, I will be basing my decision. So if you want to withdraw money, you need that money only for 2 years or 3 years as investment. Then this combination would be best. But suppose if no, sir, I don't want any money for the next 5 years. Then I would go, don't worry about volatility, nothing. You go by how much return that you want to get, right? Then in that case, small cap companies. But again, definitely I will not be investing all my money in small cap companies, right? You take risk, I would say. You put 40% in small cap companies, maybe 20% in mid cap companies, and in 20% in large cap companies. But if it is going to be 1 year or 2 year, definitely my decision would be just the reverse. So another question that you need to ask is, for how long? Okay, right. But safe bet is divide everything into 3, right? So that we are safe. So this is another important factor that you must remember is, in case of small cap companies, the liquidity. So I told you there are 3 pillars. One is liquidity, another one is return, another one is safety. The liquidity part is very less in case of small cap companies. It's very, very less, right? So you have to think ahead. What is going to be there? What is the need going to be for the next 5 years? And you have to forecast your requirement, financial requirement, and then accordingly you will have to invest your money. Right. So now, what should be the strategy? Now again, how am I going to understand this volatility, markets in general, right? And what am I going to, in general, you can also say. So first one is value accumulation. See, very simple. You don't have to go deeper into all these things. Very simple mantra of stock market. Buy low, sell high. But you do not know when it is going to be low price and when it is going to be a high price. I'll tell you one typical example that I follow. Whenever I say I don't go for equity, I say I go for only mutual funds. I don't go for equity because I don't have time to do research. So I shun away from taking part in the capital market directly by buying the shares. But I do buy occasionally. But how do I do that one? I always go for fundamental research. And one recent thing that I did was I bought very few shares only. Very few shares. I have given a loan of 25,000 rupees to one of my colleagues, and he returned that money. Then I wanted that money to be as investment. Then I chose. I am giving you an example. This may not be a perfect example. You have to use your prudence. I was trying to look at, and the prices were falling. But prices were falling. But after I take a purchase decision, whether the price would continue to fall, I do not know. Suppose I buy it for 200 rupees. If the price falls below 200 rupees, then I will be at a loss. I do not know. Market is highly volatile. And the simple research that I did was, I was just trying to find out what are the undervalued asset and what are the overvalued assets? Undervalued asset means that asset is worth 200 rupees. Really, that asset is notional value, nominal value is 200 rupees. But in the market, it is being sold at a lesser price than what it is really worth. And one such stock was ITC. And especially that because of the tax increase during the budget, the ITC came down to 52-week low. Then I was searching. Will it go down further? It will go down further. 300. When I purchased the shares, it was around 300. But I was damn sure it will go down further because the market is highly volatile. And I think it should be around 280 or something. I don't know. Now, I'm not daily following that one. It will go, but for me, it is 5 years and above. I'm not going to touch that fund for the next. So it may fall down. It may fall down further and further. But definitely, it is an undervalued asset. It is worth more than 300 rupees. I don't know. Somebody could check what is the today's ITC price. Quickly, somebody check the ITC price. How much it is? 200 or 300 something. 283 or 280. I bought it for 300 rupees, right? And I'm now and then I am checking. It's not increasing. Sometimes it went up and then again it will come. See, market is volatile, right? It will go down also. But you mark my word, after 2-3 years, it will go peak. It will hit high because this is highly undervalued. What is my fundamental analysis? See, that the price has come down only because of the tobacco prices, tax on tobacco products. But that ITC doesn't depend on tobacco products alone. They produce a lot of other products. And those revenues will pull the company up. And it is a very strong company. Right? So this is how during the times of volatility. So even when the market is falling, you can still make profit. Still you can purchase shares. Still you can accumulate wealth when you are able to do a kind of research. Right? And the one research that I do was undervalued asset and overvalued. Suppose you happen to see that there is one overvalued asset in your portfolio, 10 lakh rupees, but that real worth is only 8 lakh rupees. Then you need to be very, very cautious. Sell it and cash it because there will be a market correction. See, that asset is worth only 8 lakh rupees, but because of some reason that is being sold at 10 lakh rupees in the market, right? But soon, when there is a market correction, it will come down to 8 lakh rupees and then it will stabilize around 8 lakh rupees. So the moment I come to know, because I have one share, no seal. I bought it some years back, right? And I made a mistake. It went up to 326, no seal, right? But say I was not for withdrawing money and it was overvalued. And now it has come down to 100 and below 200 rupees, right? So what I should have done is, since it is over, of course I didn't go for that research because I don't want to withdraw that money. Again, it will go jump, right? But if I need money, if I do script-wise analysis, if it is overvalued, then what I should have done is sell it, cash it, and come out. And if it comes down, you can do, okay, overvalued, say 326, right? You have some 10,000 shares, right? You don't know whether it will increase or decrease, but it is, you have come to understand that it is overvalued. Sell 50% at 326 and wait. If it goes further, then you sell it for another 20%. If it goes further, sell it another 20%. But one time after hitting the peak, it will start coming down. Or suppose if it starts coming down, yesterday it was 326, you sold 350, 50% of the stocks. Next day it has become 320. Sell all the shares immediately and book the profit. because once it starts sliding down and the slide will be greater, right? So this is how you can exercise your prudence, but for all these things you'll have to be in the market regularly and watch the news, maybe few minutes, not fully. You are not a gambler, you are an investor, but you will have to follow what is being there. I told you averaging effect, right? So don't put all eggs in one basket. So put it in different formats, right? Mid cap, small cap, and so on. Then also I use another strategy across sectors, banking sector, different sectors, banking, insurance, techs, FMCG. So I try to put try to cover all the sectors, or I choose a fund which covers all the sectors, because if one sector is bleeding, then another sector will give me a profit. And the second strategy that I usually follow is, I take, during the November, I have some 20 or 30 days of holidays between semesters. Then I take the printout of all my portfolio. Then I go through which is performing good, which is not performing good, how much is the return. My target is above 15%, and I will check whether that needs a rebalancing. Sometimes I do, I quit, and then I go for some other shares. So that you need to do now and then. If you have built a portfolio, you will have to now and then check, and you will have to do. And the last strategy that I started following from last year. See, always you learn a lesson out after a better experience, right? The previous financial year, during the month of that June, now we have to submit our returns. When I submitted returns, for my wife it came, we are paying every month around 40,000, 50,000 rupees regular deduction, income tax deduction. And after paying, I cannot pay a lump sum income tax. So every month, of course, 10% TDS is there. The total tax is calculated, and out of the total tax liability, you will have to pay tax in terms of 4 installments, right, as a TDS. So I've been following the TDS. So 30 or 40,000 in my wife's name goes as tax every month. I thought that would be sufficient, but when went for calculation, the auditor told me that you'll have to pay 55,000 rupees tax in the month of June, and paying as a lump sum is, and for me it came around 12,000 extra besides what I do. For me, I was expecting, because from interest, even for savings bank account, you will get interest of 2.5, or fixed deposit, you will get some money. See, I have one fixed deposit. When I operate a locker, you have to put some money in a fixed deposit. So any interest that you get is taxable, right? And that is taxable at the rate of 12 or 10%, right? And it came out around 55. Then I understood that it is a long-term capital gains, right? And what I did during the previous year was, I encashed certain amount of money, withdrew money, right? And I saw to it, and we have an exemption of 1.25 lakhs. So the capital gains, you have to pay 12% tax, right? But the exemption limit is 1.25 lakhs. That means any capital gain that you get is exempt up to the point of 1.25 lakhs. So I encashed my shares, and I saw to it that capital gain is around 1.25 lakhs or less than 1.25 lakhs, so that I don't pay tax. And I converted that tax money to my wife's, son's and daughter's account. Likewise, I withdrew some shares, sold some mutual funds within the limit of 1.5 lakhs. So last year, I was able to save 2.5 lakhs of capital gains tax. So this is one strategy that we can follow. Another one, and in other cases, definitely there will be capital gain between the purchase price and the sales price, about 12 months. but sometimes you have capital gains which you cannot avoid. Another thing that you can do is you look for a share or look for a fund which is in negative, red line. So that will loss. That will be if there is anything. Of course, for me, 1 or 2 stocks are there, but it will become green. So if you have any stock or share that is in red, sell that one, and you will have loss. And the loss will get adjusted in the tax. Long-term capital gains. So you have capital gains on the one side, and you have capital loss, see, on the other side, and the loss is adjusted with the capital gain. Only for the net amount you will be paying the tax. I am in 30% tax bracket. So any amount that I get, I have to pay as tax some 30%, and here the long-term capital gains tax is 12%. Right? So these are also some of the strategies that you can adopt, but again I tell you, it is highly personal. Highly personal. How you value, what are your objectives, how do you build your portfolio, and other things. Right? And please remember, I told you some of my own stories. The reason is we need to become financially independent. And because we have the knowledge and no one else has the knowledge. When you have the knowledge, and if you can apply that knowledge to enhance your wealth, to increase your financial independence, and I'll tell you, and that will be a success in life when you are able to apply the literacy that you study, literacy that you study in BCom, apply it in life, and you will see a beautiful life. Because without money, nothing moves. But I told you one that investor and trader, never ever invest your money, invest in stock market using borrowed money. Another, see, Warren Buffett has given a lot of tips, and one such tip is never ever invest, whether you are a trader or investor, by using the borrowed money. And the greed for money should not be there. If you want to be successful in life, successful in share market, the greed for money should not be there. And putting money today and then checking the market whether it is moving up, whether it is no. That greediness, definitely you will make a lot of mistakes. Right. So the time is up. So just I was able to give you some tips so that it's I take it as a personal ambition to spread the financial literacy, which whenever I have an opportunity to talk about financial literacy, I share all these things because I have gained not just from textbooks, but I also have gained out of my personal experience. I take it as a very great opportunity without knowing that they have called me, but I think I have given you some tips for your life. And if one or two of you are able to carry that message for your life, I think I would be the happiest person. Thank you very much.
So thank you for the informative session, sir. So I want to ask you, as a beginner, how much capital do you want to invest in stock market?
I think first you develop an attitude that I see anything starts, any success happens only when you have a burning desire, right? You start with the desire, and desire burning desire is the start of every worthable achievements, right? Start that one and start a demat account, right? And because you can buy as little as invest as little as 500 rupees in mutual fund markets, right? And you can buy shares. There are some shares which are just below even 100, right? Look for quality shares, do analysis, and continue to and see best way to plunge into the stock market, capital market, and follow the market on a day-to-day basis, right? Look for good news and look for bad news. And I always teach my students to do paper trading, right? I give them a hypothetical 2 lakh rupees and I give them the list of companies. You choose your companies and choose the mutual funds, invest in those shares, and you see how it is increasing and you see how it is decreasing, and you will come to know. Do the paper trading and you will realize how if it is increasing, you take a lesson out of it. And if it is decreasing, the net worth, right, capitalized value of those 2 lakh rupees. If it is decreasing, then try to understand why it is decreasing. See, one thing, though I am in the capital market for the last 25 years, still I am not sure and I don't have any theory to tell you why share prices are going up and why share prices are coming up. In general, I can say, but one particular share, particularly, say I can say the whole Sensex is going up, Sensex is coming down, or Nifty, I can say that it will go up or it will come. But when it comes to individual shares, I am not able to still, right, in general. But for certain, I can say, but I cannot exactly say that definitely this share will go up and this share, because there are many other reasons why a particular share goes up and which we may not know those things.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other doubts? This is a question answer session, so you can ask.
So
Not supposed to invest money in capital market, but father is asking questions for the sake of, for the benefit of students.
okay, thanks, sir. I'm also grateful to you for your great information and interactive session, very informative. And while you share about the experience of the students which you had in the earlier years, it was inspiring that hearing that experience. Very inspired to invest in share market. Actually, we preached, decision preached are free to invest because we can have the personal holdings also. So we are free. Anyway, just hearing that experience, we are so inspired. But at the same time, you soon advise that don't be a trader, be an investor. That's very right about the stock market. But at the same time, I want to tap the volatility of the market. And that means I have heard about the intraday trader. So the intraday trader is tapping this volatility. For tapping the volatility, which part I have to be concentrated, for example, fundamental analysis or technical analysis or any other analysis, which part I have to be concentrated, because really right that we have to be investor, that investor is even who have the savings, they can be an investor, but I want to make income from the market, not as an investor but as a trader.
See, trader means is definitely you'll have to go for technical analysis, right? And the candlestick analysis and so on. But even without that, I have tried one or two times. But unfortunately, when you start trying for the first time, you always get profit, right? That's what I have now in 2005, right? And the moment you start getting profit, then you will be lured into investing more and more, which is very dangerous, which will lead to this one. See, very simple. Go short sometimes. See, when you feel that particular script or particular share will go up, right? Simply buy low and sell high. Suppose if you are very sure that particular share, for example, see this you could have done very well. ITC, as soon as the budget was declared, as soon as the tax rates on cigarette products, tobacco products was increased, and immediately what you should have done is go short, sell low, sell high, and buy low. You could have done that one. So spot for particular shares, even without the understanding of technical analysis, just take individual scripts, and because of good news and bad news, right? If you feel that that particular share price is going to come down very drastically, then go short, sell high, and then buy low. Or if there is a good news, right, buy low and sell high. That you can always you can practice. But the one word of caution: if you want to be a trader, every second matters. You have to be there, because every second is an opportunity to make profit, and every second is an opportunity to avoid loss, right? And if you are not in the market, you will lose. Simply, you will lose.
Also, one more thing. One more point which you share is very, very important while we deal with the market. We should not be greedy. Once we are greedy, that will make very, very pathetic situation. So that's very, very important while we deal with the greedy situation. And what about the importance of AI? How can AI help in our trading situation? Because there are many AI apps or softwares to help in our this analysis. What about any AI software or anything?
Trading, people are doing a lot of algorithmic trading, right? You using AI, but again that's doubtful, because see the first my interaction with ChatGPT was this: to what extent the information provided by ChatGPT is reliable? That was the first question that I put the moment I started using ChatGPT. The answer I got was this: it is highly unreliable. You'll have to check, because I have tried to get information, and it many instances it gave me. For example, see all these PowerPoints I made using AI tools only, but after it gave me, but the text was mine. See, it never gives the correct information. That what you want. All the text I put it in a Word document, but I converted into AI slides using slides AI as well as the comma. But it takes its own freedom to cut short messages and so on. I had to work and operate for 3-4 hours to insert my own wordings, and it deletes and it puts one words. No, it has to be humanized, and my personal touch has to be there. So only the designing part is okay, but the content part, it can never give you the content. It can never give you the content that I want to tell you, which is in my Word file. Even the exact word, I have 80 pages of Word file that I prepared, which I loaded into slides A and gamma. But it took a lot of, cut short lot of information, and that was not correct. Then I had to fit in the correct information. So that's what you have to do. So going by this logic, that using AI is okay, but again you have to humanize. You have to check. And you can just automate the buying and selling. You can trigger buying and selling process using AI, which I have not tried so far, right? Because I don't go for technical, I don't go for intraday trading. So I don't have any need for it. But I use for other purposes. For doing research, I use for fundamental analysis. What is the right? I use for fundamental analysis, but for technical analysis, I am not sure. But again, you have to use your brain, use your fundamental knowledge, because you know how to read a balance sheet, you know how to read a balance sheet or a profit and loss account. That you have to do that one.
Just for information sake, I share. I have just scheduled in ChatGPT best intraday stocks. That result should be getting 8 p.m. 8 a.m. in the morning. So today I got Infosys is the best highest conviction toward stocks in, and in market today it is open at 178. 1,1708, and now it is 1,184. It's
And when it will go down, that you have to be always alert in the market. See, buy low and sell high, and you have to hit it when it is when it happens. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for this valuable session. I invite Assistant Professor Nimida TM to formally propose vote of thanks for this session. Ma'am.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. G. John, distinguished dignitaries, Dr. Urmila ma'am, and IQAC coordinator Divya ma'am, then HOD Lini ma'am and further other faculty members, participants, and my dear students. It is my privilege to propose the word of thanks in this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude of our esteemed resource person, Dr. G. John, Head of Department of Commerce, St. Joseph College, Trichy, for sharing this valuable knowledge and practical insights on navigating financial market volatility, strategies for value creation. The session has given us a better understanding of financial market volatility risks, investment decisions, portfolio building, and strategies for creating value in changing market conditions. The session was very informative, sir, and the strategies are very wonderfully explained. I listened the last three strategies that is very impressive and understanding. And I also express my sincere gratitude to our father who inviting and who shared the details of the dignitary chief guest. Thank you, father. And next, I would like to thank our HOD, Lini ma'am, for the sincere efforts and contributed more to the smooth and successful conduct of the program. Then I thank all the students and participants for your active presence, enthusiastic participation, and valuable interaction, which made this session truly meaningful. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who contributed directly or indirectly to the success of this program. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Hereby, we are concluding the second technical session, and lunch is arranged in the ground floor near placement cell, and we will resume at 1:30 for the technical session by Dr. Urmila ma'am on the topic economic volatility and business transformation. Thank you.
Christine George C. to introduce the resource person.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the third technical session, and this will be handled by Dr. Urmila R. Menon. She's from the Christ University, Bangalore. She's the assistant professor there. So it's my privilege to call her to the stage to handle the session. We all are privileged, ma'am, to welcome you. She's a specialist in finance, a good person in research, and very good resource person for our day. So I heartily welcome you in my name and the department and the college, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. Good afternoon. I think after having a heavy lunch, you are here to listen on economic volatility. Okay, it will be a short session because we are running out of time, and we need to do the paper presentation, I think, from 2:15. Okay. So I think it can be a more interactive session. Okay. So let me start with a question. What do you mean by economic volatility, or whether the economic volatility affects business alone? Because we will be relating economic volatility with business world. So whether economic volatility affects business only, then who all will be affected? All. All in the sense? Common people. Then who else will be affected by economic volatility? Employees. Definitely, because they will be afraid that whether they will be afraid that whether they will lose their jobs. Then government policies, because government, what they need to do is they need to adjust their physical as well as monetary policies according to the economic changes. Then each and every elements in the economy, let it be households, government, industries, firms, everyone will be affected by the economic volatility. It is not limited to a single industry or a single firm. Okay, definitely it will be like the business will be getting panicked, or what will happens to them is they will be waiting for the economy to regain its normalcy. Or when it comes to employees, they will be worried about their job security. And when it comes to consumers, they will be reluctant to spend more. They will be saving the amount because they will not be ready to or willing to spend because they will be worried about the future. So every element will be worried while there is economic volatility. It can be either a geopolitical war, or it can be like any pandemic or any natural disaster. Definitely, the people or the elements of the economy, they get panicked while there is an economic volatility. It can be even a small interest rate hike. It will have an impact on economic elements. So, what is economy? I think this everyone can answer.
Structure of bias.
Structure of traders, buyers, sellers. Buyers, sellers.
So according to her, it is buyers and sellers. So, for you?
Economy.
Economics like the GDP of a country.
GDP.
Because you are relating economy with GDP. And what do you mean by economy?
A bunch of people.
A bunch of people? What will be these people doing in the economy? because in the last session it was relating to trading, so everyone will be relating it to trading, ma'am.
I can say an economy is a system where we are producing goods, distributing goods. That's mainly for satisfying the consumer. Only through that we can achieve economic growth.
Exactly as ma'am said, economy it is a system where there will be production, distribution, then consumption of goods and services, so that we will be satisfied. Okay, so what is the one word that leads economy? Money? If you are having your money in your hand, whether the economy will be benefited, then what do you need to do with that? Circulation of money, how will you circulate it? You need to buy. It means exactly the major thing that leads economy to spending. You need to spend money. You will be spending money either to purchase goods or services, and exactly then what will happen? Here it will be like this. Actually, what is this known as? Circular flow of income. Exactly when you purchase goods or services, you will be spending your money which you have. And while you spend more, definitely the production will be more. They are forced to generate more goods as well as services. And definitely when the firms or the industry, when they need to produce more, then what will happen? Definitely the employment opportunities will be more. And definitely when the people are more employed, definitely they will be able to generate more income. And this particular circle, it continues, and which is known as circular flow of income. So Vinod, you remember any time where this particular circle got disrupted? ఈ circular plan disrupted అయితే ఓర్మిందా pandemic time లో. You cannot say that there was no production, no sales, but actually the market got stuck. Actually, the market was completely closed during a particular time. So, actually, the entire economy, the entire global economy, there was a change. It was witnessed by us. So, actually, as a whole, that means here, it doesn't mean that a particular industry, there were industries which flourished during that particular time. But as such, when we look at market, there was no sales, there was no production, there was no work, there was no salary as a whole. So when a country faces economic crisis, it can be anything. It can be pandemic, or it can be war, or it can be geopolitical issues, or it can be natural disaster. Whether it recovers immediately, whether it recovers at the same phase, it depends upon the economic policies, and it depends upon the economy, depends upon the market, it depends upon the security. Definitely there will be changes. So there will be different types of economic recovery. First thing is you need to analyze what is the type of economic recovery that particular industry or that particular business goes through. Okay. Actually, the economy is used to symbolize the types of economic recovery in these different alphabets. V-shaped, where there will be a sudden, it will be like a ball getting bounced. It will be bounced and it will be immediately coming back. It actually happens. It is how it was while the COVID-19 was first hit. Then the U-shape, it will be taking more time. What happened to tourism industry at the time of COVID? It took more time. That is the exact example why it comes to U-shaped recovery, because it took time in order to regain to its normalcy. And the slow shape, here the recovery, it will be longer than the V-shaped curve, but it will be faster than the U-shaped one. And while it comes to the W shape, there will be double dip, and the L shape, the recovery will be, it will take more time. And now, how about India? Actually, after COVID-19, it is how it was, actually the K-shaped recovery. Here, there were few firms, a few industries, they able to regain the normalcy and they were able to flourish, actually, the technology and large cap firms. But when it comes to small business cycles or the poor or blue collar jobs, they actually got stuck. That has actually happened when it comes to India. So actually, this is relating to even during 2007-8 recession, around 2.5 million jobs were lost in the double dip. Exactly after the second wave of COVID-19, around 7.5 million jobs were lost by the public and different sectors. And you can just look at the different industries, how it got evolved, how it got transformed after COVID-19. When it comes to capital market, exactly we know that there are any number of applications now that you can easily trade. And now we are having AI and chatbots through which we can take investment decisions also. Okay, now people can easily trade in the stock market and we will be able to take informed decisions. The only thing is you should have a basic understanding when to do it and how to do it. And otherwise you will be able to do it. And what about the entertainment industry? Entertainment industry, it was actually stuck during that particular period. And now, after the COVID-19, the OTT platforms that emerged and the usage of the OTT platforms, it is also at maximum level. And what about the hotel industry? It is also at its peak. Is it? Earlier we used to go to hotel and in between also there are a few things like Swiggy as well as Instamart. But now, when you are ready to wait for a longer period, when you are ready to wait for a longer period to get your things you want it instantly. Yes, instantly you require everything. You are not ready to wait for anything. That is being reflected in everything. Instant information, instant things. So, hotel industry here it is like Swiggy or let it be Uber Eats. And moreover now, exactly we know the food we order, how much protein it contains, how much carbohydrates. And if you are a health conscious customer, if they felt like that, exactly pop-up windows used to come like that. And what about the banking industry? How many of you visit banks now for your normal transactions? Okay. How many are having mobile applications in order to do? Almost everyone will be having GP, Google Pay. Then Paytm, Super Money. Then whether you are going to bank for any of the payments. Now, actually there are telecom backed wallets and there are independent wallets and there are n number of wallets which are developed by banks. Actually, it is also getting prominent through this. And what about the retail industry? The dominant players of the retail industry now, along with the modern brick store, they are also having the online platforms. And let it be healthcare industry. Usually, earlier what we used to do is in order to do a checkup, we used to go to the lab and we used to give all the samples. Now, what we will be doing? We will be scheduling as per our convenience and we will be getting it done. We will be getting the results. We need not go there and we need to collect it. Everything will be sent through either through WhatsApp or through mail. Everything will be, even the diagnosis or the results that can also be collected through this. And
there is a major shift while it comes to educational industry. Anyone without using artificial intelligence for your education, AI? What are the applications in order to create slides? AI. Gamma, then cloud, then Gemini, notebook LM. Then there will be n number of applications, and moreover, whether teachers' duties, whether now it is confined to taking classes. No. And moreover, the demand for the micro-credential courses, it is also getting more and more. Because along with that, it is necessary or mandatory that you need to develop. Exactly as sir was mentioning that he used to give activity-based classes in order to know how the market he will be providing few companies through which they will be able to learn. Similarly, how it happens, because now the students want that particular exposure. They will not be listening to you for a longer period, but rather they will be interested to do it. So simulation can be generated through Gemini and other AI. And what about the publishing industry? Earlier, the traditional publishing industry, now it is being merged with the artificial intelligence and the new one. Let it be Kindle. Now, whether you are reading all the books in physical copies, there are n number of applications through which it is possible. And moreover, for editing, in order to check the plagiarism, for everything this is being used on. And while it comes to Reliance Industries, here we will be able to see exactly how much areas or industries that they have captured in order to grow. Here are different industries which Reliance have been merged with. And while it comes to education industries, Edcast, Mbibe, and for the entertainment industry, JioSaavn, almost everyone who is using JioSim, they will be having it. Then, while it comes to e-commerce industry, and while it comes to Urban Ladder, it is actually the online furniture selling store, which is now under Reliance. And the NetMeds, it is relating to pharmacy. So actually it is like, let any business, we will be able to observe that the business or the industry which is able to tap or which is able to evolve through the economic volatility, they will be able to survive in the market. If they are waiting for the economy to regain its normalcy, they will not be able to survive. So the thing is, whether it be a digital transformation or whether it be any economic disruption, the most important thing that any business or any industry that they should focus is, they need to find opportunities in it. They need to identify how they will be able to convert that particular threat into opportunity. That is the first thing that we need to focus. That is how each company in every pandemic or in any case of volatility emerges. So the first thing is, always remember there is a component which is known as friction versus the frequency. Friction versus frequency. Whenever there is a problem or whenever there is a friction, a business which comes with a solution for that particular friction will be there in the market. They will be able to sustain in the market. Okay, so the first thing is, for every business or every industry, they need to understand what exactly the problem is, what exactly the customer wants. They need to decide on that particular aspect. Then only they will be able to survive in the market. These are the different things that 5G technologies and other things that the Reliance itself. So the transformation journey for every business or industry should start with economic volatility, then business disruption. Definitely there will be business disruption. The business will get disrupted, and what they need to do is they need to decide where to innovate, which element that they need to focus on. Sometimes they need to innovate the product, or sometimes they might be in a position to innovate the process, or sometimes the way the service is being provided. So they, when it is being disrupted, definitely what they need to do is they need to decide which aspect need to be innovated. And definitely the importance of digital transformation. And when this is being done, the business will be able to attain recovery. The business will be able to attain recovery, and the business which which is able to achieve the recovery through digital transformation or through innovation, they will be able to sustain in the market. So in order to conclude, we all know that the economic volatility, it is inevitable, but business transformation, it is a choice. An organization which decided to innovate continuously to anticipate the change, they will be able to turn the uncertainty into sustainable growth, and they will be able to retain in the market. Okay. Thank you. It was a short presentation because anybody have doubts? Please ask. Shall we move on to next? Okay. So
Thank you, ma'am, for this valuable session. Now I invite Assistant Professor Sneha Sylvester to formally propose vote of thanks for this session.
Respected chief guest of the day and distinguished speakers, organizers, faculty members, a warm good afternoon to one and all. It's my, on behalf of this organizing team, it's my absolute honor and privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks for this insightful session on economic volatility and business transformation. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest of this session, Ms. Urmila ma'am, for this valuable for accepting our invitation and delivering such a thoughtful and provoking session. Madam, your deep insight into how modern organization can pivot, build resilience, and drive strategic transformation amidst fluctuating markets have truly broadened our perspective. Thank you, ma'am, for setting such an inspiring tone for this national seminar. Last but not least, we extend our heartfelt thanks to all the participants, research scholars, and delegates coming from across various institutions. Your active participation, engaging questions, and enthusiasm what made the session truly interactive and dynamic. So once again, I thank each and everyone gathered here for your active participation. Thank you. Thank you very much.
ഇതിനെ 5 മിനിറ്റ് ആക്കുക. ബിസിനസ് സജഷന്റെ കാര്യം പറയണോ? അല്ല, ജസ്റ്റ് ഒന്ന് വന്നിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ സമയം കൺസ്യൂം ചെയ്തപ്പോൾ മനസ്സിലായി.
ഗുഡ് ആഫ്റ്റർനൂൺ എവരി വൺ. ഇനി നെക്സ്റ്റ് നമ്മുടെ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ്റെ ടൈമാണ്. 2 ഹാളിലായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. നമ്മുടെ നാഷണൽ സെമിനാറിൻ്റെ ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ ഒരു ഓർഡർ നമ്മൾ ഓൾറെഡി അപ്ലോഡ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ ഒരു ഓർഡറിലായിരിക്കും നമ്മുടെ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻസ് നടക്കുക. ഒരു കാര്യം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, നമ്മുടെ ടൈം ലിമിറ്റ് നമ്മൾ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഒരു മാക്സിമം 7 മിനിറ്റ്സ്. അപ്പോൾ 5 to 7 മിനിറ്റ്സ് ആണ് ഫോർ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ ആൻഡ് ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് സ്ലൈഡ് ഷോസും കൂടി. ഓക്കെ, ദെൻ ഒരാൾ പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക, ഒരാൾ സ്ലൈഡ് കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്തോളില്ലേ. ഒറ്റയ്ക്കുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ അതിൻ്റേതായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ മാനേജ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് തയ്യാറെടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ടാവും എന്ന് വിചാരിക്കുന്നു. ദെൻ ഇത്രയ്ക്ക് വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും, പിന്നെ ഒരു പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം എന്തായാലും ഒരു ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ആൻസർ സെഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കും. പാനലായിട്ട് ഇവിടുത്തെ ഫസ്റ്റത്തെ ഇതിൽ പാനലായിട്ട് ഇരിക്കുന്നത് ഊർമിള മാമും പിന്നെ ഫാദറും സ്റ്റാഫും ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, സെക്കൻഡ് ഹാള് വരുന്നത് നളന്ദ ഹാൾ ലൈബ്രറിക്ക് അകത്താണ്. അത് ഡൗട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ കമ്മിറ്റിയിൽ ഒന്ന് കോൺടാക്ട് ചെയ്താൽ മതി കേട്ടോ. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ സെക്കൻഡ് ടീമിൻ്റെ വായിക്കാട്ടോ. 2 പേര് ഉള്ളവരങ്ങനെ വായിക്കുക.
ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുക, ഈ ഹാളിൽ പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ ചെയ്യേണ്ട ഫാക്കൽറ്റീസിൻ്റെ പേരുകളാണ് വായിക്കുന്നത്. ജസ്വിൻ ജോൺസൺ, ഫിജോ റാഫേൽ, മനീഷ, അഖില അജയ് പി, അതുല്യ, അനുശ്രീ കെ ഉണ്ണി, മെൽവിൻ സി ജോൺ, അഞ്ജു എം, കൃഷ്ണപ്രിയ, ആര്യനന്ദ, ശരൺ ജോജോ. ഇത്ര പേര് ഈ ഹാളിൽ ഇരുന്ന് ഇവിടെയാണ് അവരുടെ പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേഷൻ ആൻഡ് പ്രസൻറ്റേഷൻ വരുന്നത്. ദെൻ ലൈബ്രറി ഹാൾ 2 വരേണ്ട പാർട്ടിസിപ്പൻസിൻ്റെ പേരാണ് അടുത്തത് വായിക്കുന്നത്. റെനെറ്റ് ജോസ്, കൃഷ്ണജ സി എ, അർജുൻ വി ആർ, ആർദ്ര കെ സുനിൽ, ജനീസ ഗ്രേസ്, കല്യാണി, ഹരിനാരായണൻ, ആഞ്ചലീന, തോമസ് ജോൺസൺ, ഗൗരി ഇ, ലിയോൺ സി ലിജോ, അനീഷ വർഗീസ്, റോഷനി ഷിബു, അഞ്ജലി, നന്ദിത, മാളവിക, ഓസ്വിൻ, ജൂലിൻ ജോസ്. ലൈബ്രറി ഹാളിൽ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ ഒരു 5 പേര് റെഡി ആയിട്ട് അങ്ങോട്ട് പോവുക. എല്ലാവർക്കും അവിടെ ഇരിക്കാനായിട്ട് പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ റെനറ്റ്, കൃഷ്ണജ, അർജുൻ VR, ആർദ്ര കെ സുനിൽ, ജനേസ, ഇത്ര പേര് ഇപ്പം അങ്ങോട്ട് പോവാ. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് അടുത്ത ടൈം സ്ലോട്ടിൽ അവിടേക്ക് പോവാ കേട്ടോ. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർ ഇവിടെ തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുക. ഓക്കെ. പ്ലീസ് ലിസൺ. നമ്മുടെ ലൈബ്രറി ഹാൾ 2-ലുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ ആദ്യത്തെ 5 പേരോടാണ് പോകാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ബാക്കിയുള്ള കുട്ടികൾ അവിടെ ലൈബ്രറിയിൽ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. അപ്പോൾ 5 പേര് ഓൾറെഡി പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ബാക്കിയുള്ള കുട്ടികളുടെ പേരൊന്നുകൂടി വിളിക്കുകയാണ്. അവർ ലൈബ്രറിയുടെ അടുത്ത് പോയിട്ട് വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്യാം. കല്യാണി, ഹരിനാരായണൻ, ആഞ്ചലീന, തോമസ് ജോൺസൺ, ഗൗരി, ലിയോൺ, അനീഷ, റോഷൻ, അഞ്ജലി AS, നന്ദിത P, മാളവിക, ഓസ്വിൻ, ജൂലിൻ.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are starting with the presentation. First, we have Jasmine Johnson.
Hi all. Hi all. Good afternoon. So I will just start by pointing out to one factor which is pretty obvious, but we tend to miss out on a regular basis. It's simply like we have come across, or we have met, or we ourselves are people who invest in the market, and or we are qualified to invest. In my case, I'm a cost accountant, and there are CFAs, CS, and everyone over there. But a category of people who have been constantly having a exposure without having an direct exposure in the market, and having a portfolio which is competing, or maybe at sometimes even humbling those who qualified, is the mothers we have at our home, because of just their investment tool. We know it's not a good option to have all eggs in one basket, but they have been doing basically that and outperforming all of us. And as it might be evident to you all, it is by investing in gold. And we would be looking at the different gold linked financial instruments which is available in the market, and how that has been behaving over the period. Could you please change the slide? Okay, so the objective of this study is basically that since the gold is a natural commodity which is considered a safe haven asset, and it has been relied by all the central banks and everything for safeguarding against at the times of uncertainties, and which is quite common nowadays. We are just looking at the other alternatives we have for buying physical gold, because as we all know, buying physical gold also involves in our country a 5% of GST, and these online products, most digital or financial linked products, mostly comes without any GST slabs. And this research is basically based on the study which was conducted by Gold World Council and other reputed organization, which includes our Department of Economic Affairs and all, and their output, and we have just correlated and coordinated it to have a particular set of result which would be discussed going forward. Could you please change? Okay, so this is basically the data. In 2015, our central government had introduced multiple schemes which was aimed to reduce the reliance of physical gold, and namely those three are the sovereign gold bond scheme, gold monetization scheme, and the other one being the digital gold. And we would be first focusing on the sovereign gold bonds, which was issued by RBI, just like any other bonds. And this comes with a catch that even if you purchase one bond, it would be having some grams of weight assigned to it. At the maturity, you would be getting the value of the gold which is on the present day, and it would be having a coupon rate of 2.5, which is given out annually. So basically, a gold being a physical asset which carries no interest rate, government has incentivized us with some interest rate also in that case. So you can see that the gold sovereign gold bond scheme, which was there till 2023, has been quite popular, and with the rapid rise in gold prices, government have been trying to counter stabilize by stopping the issue and bringing in more redemption, so that they don't have to end up paying more price, because it has been quite heavy on their purse given that the rapid increase in gold price. And you can see also in the graph there is the relation between the gold prices increase, which is also depicted in comparison with the issuance as well as the redemption. And the second one is not just the one I had discussed earlier, which was introduced by government. It is the ETF, which is run by mutual fund houses, and which is also taking a popular place nowadays in the market. And it also contributed by the fact that people are more aggressive, and risk taking mentality has been adopted by the newer participants in the market. And you can also see that with the rise in gold prices and all, the gold invested through ETF has also seen a rise. And you can see in the data we have captured, the fund houses which offered such products has raised from 13 to 26. It's a doubling you can witness over here. And the next one, was the one I just talked about earlier, the gold monetization scheme. Basically, this is a scheme where you can go into a bank and deposit gold, which would be melted and used for commercial purposes. The main purpose of the sovereign gold bond was to make the investments in gold. In this scheme, the government has pushed to get the golds which are in our household to back into economic use, and this also is incentivized by interest rate. Just like a bank deposit, you would be getting interest rate. But one of the major drawback, if you ask me about this product, was that the gold would be based on the purity, it would be like marked as a deposit. For that, the gold would be melted and we would not be getting the cost which were involved at the time of purchase. It cannot be recouped. It can be recouped, but not to a full extent, and it would be craving out of our interest rate. And this scheme also had some traction, and it has raised, if I'm not wrong, around 39 ton of gold has been like raised in this scheme, but it has also not taken up, or like it has not full-fledgedly active like the ETF which we had discussed earlier. And that's why the government recently had brought in restrictions to the deposit to shorter tenure and reduce from the longer tenure. And you can also see that the mix of deposit earlier, it was like tending towards the long tenure deposit. Now it has been changed, and people are started to invest it for a long term, that causing them to take advantage of the rising gold prices, which is evident. And the next one is it's just a simple comparison of the gold price. As I had been mentioned multiple times till now, the gold prices have been going up, and it is naturally said that every 9 years the gold prices almost doubles what was there. And we have also given the CAGR growth rate of BSC, Forex, as well as the gold. And you can see that the gold, even though it has not been the greatest of achiever of in the long run, it has been showing a tremendous potential in the short term, and in the shorter rate it is also almost mimicking the return produced by our BSC index. So in conclusion, I would say that people have been open and people are happy to invest in gold and diversify into gold as a financial instrument. It's not just limited to ornaments. But at the meantime, I would also like to warn you all that just like any instrument, it had a primary characteristics which made it a safe haven asset. But in the recent trends, since it's been moved into a investment vehicle, and it has been given a lot of restriction and afterthought for that, and it is now more behaving like another investment. And in the recent times of the escalations that happened in Iran, you could notice that the gold prices have actually gone down because the investment point of gold has increased over the hedge, which resulted in being at the time of volatility it losing its course to an extent. So these gold schemes which were introduced and its objectives, even though it was pure and it was not helped with multiple factors such as global and the global gold prices, but it is to be noted that although this could alter the safe haven quality which it possesses. Thank you.
Topic is very much relevant, that is relating to viability of various gold-linked financial instruments. Could you please specify what is your suggestion to the investors?
Okay, my suggestion to the investors is that as I had told in the story in the beginning, gold was an excellent opportunity to invest years ago. Now the characteristic is changing. If you look into the correlation with the stock market and all, it would be remaining same because it analyzes the long period data. In the short period, it is actually mimicking the normal investment. It is since it's more considered as an investment, it is losing its safe haven value, and with continuous reserve banks and other central banks chipping in and buying it at constantly, its price is being artificially elevated. So I would just say that it can be used as a hedge tool, but not having the value which it used to have.
Because it has been specifically mentioned that your objective is relating to measure the practical effectiveness of this particular gold schemes. And what about the investment in physical gold, especially in Kerala?
The investment in physical gold, as you can see, it always tracks the market movement, and you have to pay some costs like that, the making charges and GST over that, which is not recoupable. And even though the gold does not have that interest bearing effect, it has evidently been multiplying in its value over the years. So it is still considered safe, but it has not lost all its core values, but it is depleting. So we need to keep an eye on. And if you are taking, since you have taken the point of Kerala, we don't just purchase gold as an investment option. It has other values. So I think that sentiment would be stronger and there would be a bigger push over from here.
Actually, what is the purchase level or the investment while it comes to SGBs, sovereign gold bonds?
Sovereign gold bonds, sovereign gold bonds was like, I have to check the figures. Could you give me one? I don't remember.
No, actually, what I thought is, actually here you have measured about the viability of various gold-linked investment, but what about the investor's perception? It would have been better. The only tool which has been employed, I think it is CGR. Is the one tool, and the what are the other? This one is CGR, compounded annual growth rate. And while it comes to, it was better to include the source from where you have taken.
Okay, so
It should be mentioned actually, it would be better. And moreover, when it comes to, in order to, because you are measuring the practical effectiveness and other things, it would have been better if you have included or supported with a few more data.
Okay, so basically the data mostly I've taken from the Department of Economic Affairs or as well as the RBI. And I understand your point if I could back with more data, but I think apart from the gold ETF, other schemes have been discontinued. I don't think there is like more reason to go into that and find the shortcomings because it won't serve the purpose which I'm trying to present. And given the fact that the gold is rising in its value, and you can see from the slide about the gold soaring gold bond scheme that since the value started to pick up, the investment also increased. And if you can see, the first 2 years have been fully redeemed, and people are willing to give up because they have already tripled or quadrupled their investment. So people are like okay with taking a profit and walking off.
Because for short-term purpose, they will be investing more. Likewise.
Not really short term, because no one expected the gold to go up like this. It was like a post-COVID phenomena, and with the US increasing the tariff and all, everyone is more focused on moving into a non-US based reserve base, especially the central banks. And if I'm not wrong, the Poland and China are actively purchasing. India also to a greater extent are like participants in that market.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jaswin. A gentle reminder to the presenters, our time will be 7 minutes, so please try to keep the time. Next we have Thrissur Rafil and Srikanth MA.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Fijar Rafael. He's my co-author, Mr. Srikanth M.A. We are from St. Joseph's College, St. Joseph's Arts and Science College, Poverty. The first introduction part will be explained by the Srikanth sir.
Our topic: the study on factors affecting HRM practice adopted by jewelry manufacturing SMCs with a special reference to Thrissur district. SMEs plays a vital role in Indian economy to the employment generation, entrepreneurship, and industrial productions and export. Thrissur, also known as the Golden Capital of Kerala, is the major hub for jewelry manufacturing SMEs and employing large-scale workforces. And effective human resource managements are essential for improving the employees' productivity and performance and organization sustainability. However, jewelry manufacturing SMCs face several HR-related challenges such as the labor turnover, employee shortages, inadequate trainings, and limited formal HR policies. The study focused on the 4 major pillars of HRM, that is, recruitment and selection, training and skill developments, and employee participations, performance management. The studies mainly identify the factors affecting HR practice and provide the recommendations to improve the workforce sustainability and organizational sustainability. Jewelry manufacturing SMCs face persistent employees turnovers and skill shortages. Many firms lack of structured HRM practice, necessitating and evaluating so how HR initiative to workforce sustainability and organization performance. The study aimed to provide the useful insight for the SMEs owners and HRM managers, policymakers, and the researchers to improve the workforce sustainability. The main objectives are to identify the factors affecting HRM practice adopted by jewelry manufacturing SMEs and identify the factors contributing workforce sustainability. The study is mainly limited to the jewelry manufacturing SMCs in Thrissur districts only. For the study, primary data is collected through questionnaires, and then secondary data is collected from the journals and books, reports, and then publications. Convenient sampling methods are adopted for the analysis, and the sample size hundreds are employees selected from the jewelry manufacturing SMCs in Thrissur districts. Then collected data was analyzed using SPSS percentage analysis, weighted ranking analysis, and the factors analysis were employed by the major statistical tools.
Now moving to data analysis. From the collected questionnaires, the first graph shows about to be the age of respondents. The first graph explains about the age of respondents. The 48% of respondents in the age group 25 to 35, then followed by the 36 to 45%, then above 45 age. The next slide about to be the qualification of the respondents. This graph shows the most of the employees are graduates, then followed by ITI or diploma. Next. The designation of the respondents, which is artisan, are the most one, that is 34%. Then the managers are 28%. Next, experience. It is shows that most of the, that is 33% of the employees are in the 6 to 10 years. That shows there are some number of experience are there. This is the most important data analysis, which is shows we identify the factor analysis. The factor analysis, which is the most common data reduction techniques, which is used by the principal component analysis. It's classify the variable common characteristics. When we use the factor analysis, we have 14 variables. In the 14 variables, the 2 of them are eliminated because the value is less than 0.4. So the first one, recruitment is completed in on time and salary is fair. That 2 factors are eliminated. Next. From the rotated component metrics, we have identified the 4 factors, that is training and skill development, recruitment and selection, employee participation, and performance management. It is collected through the questionnaire and we give it into the SPSS software. Then we get the result. Next table shows about the rank analysis. It is the first rank given to be the job security, second one is salary, benefits, and healthy working environment. These is the 3 factors we identified from the ranking analysis. In this findings, the majority of respondents is 48% and belongs to 25 to 35 age group. That indicates the jewelry manufacturing MSME as a primarily supported by the young and middle-aged workforce, and the majority of respondents are graduates, that is 38%, and technically qualified employees are 25%. It highlights jewelry and manufacturing MSME have workforce relevant to be the educational backgrounds and skills. The third finding is Goldman and artisan is 34% and managers are 28%, the major respondent groups, and ensure the respondents from the core patterns and administrative levels and jewelry manufacturing SMEs. The findings indicates that most of the respondents is moderate work experience, that is 33% have 6 to 10 years of experience and providing the variable insights into HRM practices and workforce sustainability in jewelry. The factors affecting the HRM practices is the training and skill development, recruitment and selection, performance management, and employee participation. The factors influencing the workforce sustainability is job securities and salary benefits and healthy working environment. The conclusion, we will be an effective HRM practices significantly contribute the workforce and the training, development, recruitment, selection. The performance are the major factors and the job securities and salary is also the main concerns. Thank you.
Research topic was really relevant when it comes to HRM practices. Especially, I think this is actually relating to Thrissur district. So, what is the actual research problem that you have come across while you developed this particular paper?
In this scenario, the gold employees.
That means whether there is any turnover.
Yes. When I in a general way, we have identified some of the employees are rotated frequently, so we have to come out that to study about that.
Means exactly what is the reason behind the turnover, employee turnover, or why they are moving from one organization to another organization. So there is a small suggestion, because you were able to identify the factors, and exactly now with the 100 respondents, you exactly know how many are artisans, goldsmith. So it will be better if you are able to correlate. That means which factor is more important for a particular set of group. Because it will not be the same while it comes to some people might be considering job security, some might be considering compensation. For that, you have already taken the weighted average rank. If you have adopted one-way ANOVA or independent sample t-test, so exactly you will be able to know whether there is, yes, exactly whether there is any significant difference among these factors while it comes to a particular age group, or whether it is relating to a particular gender. So you will be able to provide more suggestions to that particular group, because if you are giving these suggestions to either the employers or to the jewelry group, they will be able to implement it. So it would have been better if you have added that element, because it was exactly, because while it started with the research problem, you are exactly mentioning about the employee turnover, and here while it comes to findings, what I felt is it was relating to the factors that you have identified. So which factor that a particular organization need to focus while it comes to that particular group, that you will be able to identify from that. And moreover, sir, I have one more query. What is your major suggestion to the employees, and moreover to the jewelries or the organization out of this particular study?
The main influencing workforce sustainability is three. One that is job security, salary benefits, and healthy environment. That will be much better. The employees will be retained in the organization.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. Next, we have Manisa and Angel Baiju presenting.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Manisa Mehabin CP and Angel Baiju from the Department of Commerce and Research, Urmila College, Thrissur. Today, we are presenting our research paper titled Navigating Market Volatility, the Role of Financial Literacy in Shaping the Investment Capacity of Young Adults, evidence from Palakkad and Malappuram districts. Our study focuses on how financial literacy influences the ability of young adults to make informed investment decisions, particularly in a market environment where conditions are changing rapidly. Now, coming to the introduction part, the financial environment has changed significantly with the growth of digital financial services and new investment opportunities. Today, young adults have easier access to different financial products through online platforms. However, access alone does not mean that a person have enough knowledge to make appropriate financial decisions. Financial literacy helps an individual understand important concepts such as saving, investing, risk and return, and financial planning. This becomes especially important during the periods of market volatility when investment decisions can be influenced by uncertainty and changing market conditions. Therefore, our study focuses on how financial literacy can influence the investment capacity of young adults, especially in Palakkad and Malappuram districts. Based on this background, our study has five main objectives. First objective, we aim to assess the level of financial literacy among young adults. Second, we examine their investment capacity and the factors that influence their investment decisions. Third, we analyze how financial literacy and investment capacity are connected, particularly during periods of market volatility. Fourth, we examine how financial awareness influences saving behavior, investment preferences, and financial decision making. Finally, based on these findings, we aim to suggest measures to improve financial literacy and investment capability among young adults. We also reviewed previous studies relating to financial literacy and investment behavior. The existing literature generally shows a positive relationship between financial literacy and investment behavior. For example, Bala and Jayanti highlighted the influence of financial literacy on investment decisions among young adults, while Ben focused on financial literacy and investment behavior in developing nations. Overall, all of these studies show that financial knowledge can support better financial decisions. However, relatively limited research has examined the role of financial literacy in shaping investment capacity, specifically among young adults at the district level in Kerala. This research gave provided the basis for our study. Then, coming to research methodology, our study follows a descriptive research design. The study was conducted in adults in Palakkad and Malappuram districts. We used both primary and secondary data for data collection. The primary data are mainly collected from structured questionnaire through Google Forms, and secondary data are collected from journals, books, research articles, government publications, and other reliable sources. We selected 50 respondents using convenience sampling, and the collected data were analyzed using percentage analysis through and presented through tables and graphs. Then this study has some limitations. It is limited to only 50 young adults in Palakkad and Malappuram districts due to time limit, and the findings cannot be generalized to the entire population. The study also used convenience sampling, so the accuracy is completely dependent upon the person's answers. Then now I am handovering the presentation to my co-presenter.
Now I would like to present the demographic profile of respondents. We collect response from 15 young adults. Among them, 78% are female. 78% are females and 22% are male. Then 54% of response are from Palakkad and 46% are from Malappuram. In terms of education, 50% are undergraduate and other 50% are postgraduate. Also, 38% are students and 38% are employed. Then moving to next slide, we can see the saving behavior and financial literacy of the respondents. 60% of respondents save a part of their income, which shows a positive saving habit. In terms of financial literacy, 43.6% have a moderate level, while 32.7% have a high level of financial literacy. So overall, most respondents have moderate to high financial literacy. Now let us look at the market volatility and investment informations. 38.2% of respondents consider the stock market very volatile. This shows that young adults are aware of investment risk. The main sources of investment information is internet and social media with a 43.6%. Family and friends are the second major sources with a 29.1%. This shows the strong influence of digital platforms on investment decisions. Now coming to the major findings of our study. First, 60% of young adults save a part of their income. Second, around 50.9% have very too high financial literacy. Third one is internet and social media are the main sources of investment informations. Also, 38.2% of respondents consider the stock market very volatile. Overall, this study shows that financial literacy information sources and risk perception influences the investment behavior of young adults. Finally, let me explain the limitations, implications and recommendations. The study shows the young adults have a good saving attitude, but continuous financial education is still important. Digital platform also play an important role in investment decisions, so reliable financial information is necessary. The main limitations are the small sample size, 50 respondents, convenient sampling and study being limited to only 2 districts. We recommended improving financial literacy programs, promoting digital financial educations and increasing awareness about risk management and investment. Then I conclude with thank you.
Hello. I appreciate you for the way you arrange your slides because each and every element of the research paper it is being covered and there was a logical flow because it started from the introduction and from the literature review, all the major studies were mentioned, then research gap, then you move to, there was a particular flow in your presentation and I got few concerns. One thing is, your fourth objective is to measure the impact. How you can measure the impact? Could you please take the objective slide? Yes. Here it has been mentioned that the fourth objective to assess the impact of financial literacy on risk perception. Whether have you done this particular objective?
We analyzed the data and we
Actually, if you are measuring the impact, actually you need to perform few analysis. For example, if you are telling that there is an impact on financial literacy on risk perception, it should be backed with the data and it should be backed with the scientific procedures. Otherwise, you should not measure or mention as impact. Okay. And the second one is, what do you mean by younger? Because here it has been mentioned that young adults. But what is the age group that you have taken as young adult in your study?
She's 18 to 25.
Could you please take the data, the demographic classification? Age group. That is below and it is around above 26 years, it comes around 34%. And moreover, why you have chosen Palakkad and Malappuram district?
Because
what is the reason behind it?
Different social and economic environment and they are all from different occupational backgrounds, so we chose that area to study.
Whether that is being reflected in the study, whether you are able to find any difference while it comes to Palakkad or Malappuram district? Whether there was any difference in the investors or the adults that you have taken?
No.
No.
They have moderate investment literacy
ആക്ച്വലി എന്താ പറയുക പറഞ്ഞത്, ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഇതിങ്ങനെ എടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് പാലക്കാട് മലപ്പുറം എടുത്തു 2 ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട്സ്. അപ്പം അത് എടുക്കണതിന് എന്തെങ്കിലും റീസൺ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നോ ചോദിക്കുക സ്പെസിഫിക് ആയിട്ട്. കൺവീനിയൻസ് സാമ്പിളിംഗ് വെച്ച് എടുത്തു, 50 ആൾക്കാരെ എടുത്തു. എക്സാക്ട് പാലക്കാട് നിന്ന് എത്ര ആൾക്കാരെ എടുത്തു? മലപ്പുറം
38% from
അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കാൻ എന്തെങ്കിലും റീസൺ ഉണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചത്. അതിലില്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരെ നമ്മൾ അനാലിസിസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡിഫറൻസ് കാണാൻ പറ്റിയോ പാലക്കാട് മലപ്പുറം ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ? ആക്ച്വലി അങ്ങനെ എടുക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് അങ്ങനെയുള്ളത് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോ എന്നുള്ളത് നോക്കുക. പിന്നെ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇവിടെ ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസി, നിങ്ങൾ എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസി മെഷർ ചെയ്തിരിക്കണേ? ജസ്റ്റ് ചോദിക്കുക ചെയ്തിരിക്കണം അല്ലേ? അല്ലെ, ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് നിങ്ങളുടെ ലിറ്ററസി ലെവൽ. ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ വിചാരിക്കേണ്ട എനിക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസി ഉണ്ട് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ കൊടുക്കുകയാണ് അല്ലേ? ഇപ്പൊ ഞാൻ അതേപോലെ തന്നെ നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് പെർസെപ്ഷൻ ഓഫ് സ്റ്റോക്ക് മാർക്കറ്റ് വോളറ്റിലിറ്റി പറയുന്ന സമയത്ത് നിങ്ങളുടെ പെർസെപ്ഷൻ എത്രത്തോളം ഉണ്ട് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ചോദിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരിക്കലും ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ചോദിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത് കിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പൊ ആക്ച്വലി നിങ്ങളുടെ ടോപ്പിക്കും ഇത് നല്ലതാണ്. വാട്ട് യു കുഡ് ഹാവ് ഡൺ ഇസ്, ഇതിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് നോക്കിയാൽ കാണാൻ പറ്റും ഈ പറയുന്ന ഫിനാൻഷ്യൽ ലിറ്ററസിയും അതേപോലെ തന്നെ പെർസെപ്ഷനും ഒക്കെ മെഷർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന സ്കെയിൽഡ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യനർ കിട്ടും. ഓക്കെ, അത് ഉപയോഗിച്ച് നിങ്ങൾ ഡാറ്റ കളക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടെ ഇത്തിരി കൂടെ നല്ല റിസൾട്ട് കിട്ടും. ഓക്കെ, ഒരു സജഷൻ പറഞ്ഞതാ. കാരണം എന്താ ചെയ്യണേ നിങ്ങൾ? ഡിഗ്രി ആണോ പി ജി ആണോ? പി ജി. ഓക്കെ, ആക്ച്വലി ഇതൊന്ന് ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒന്ന് ചെയ്തെടുത്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞു വെച്ചാൽ നല്ല രീതിയിലുള്ള കൂടുതൽ സാമ്പിൾ എടുക്കുക. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ പാലക്കാട് മലപ്പുറം എടുക്കണമെങ്കിൽ അതിനൊരു ജസ്റ്റിഫിക്കേഷൻ കൊണ്ടുവരണം. ഓക്കെ, അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന പോലെ ഇപ്പൊ ചോദിക്കാം നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് നല്ല അറിവുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്ന് ചോദിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഉറപ്പായിട്ടും ഒന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരാൾ പറയും അറിവുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ ഒരിക്കലും നമുക്ക് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് മെഷർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളല്ല ഈ പറയുന്നത്. ഇവിടെ ക്വാളിറ്റേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആസ്പെക്ട്സാ. So there will be skills for this particular thing. So it would have been better if you are taking predefined or measurable skills. Okay. It was a nice presentation. Good. Okay.
Thank you, Manisa and Angel. Next we have Agila Ajay presenting. Change. Good afternoon all. It's a simple presentation. My name is Agila Ajay, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Little Flower, Guruvayur. It's my pleasure to give a presentation on the study on investment capital for sustainable growth in volatile market. We all know about the importance of the investment capital. It is a basic foundation that of an economic development. So we must know about what are the different sources of the capital and how we can make the efficient allocation of these capital resources for the sustainable development of our nation and also about the market. Understanding about this, we can explain about the sources and what are the different trends and the challenges and the investment capital importance based on the volatility of the market. We are understand about the volatility of the market. Volatility means if there is any price movements, means it may be an increase or decrease in the price of share or the stock market. Now in my study, it's basic about the recent trend and challenges that is in investment capital. Not only we are talking about it as a source of capital, it's best about the allocation of the capital. Must know about the various investment opportunities available for diversification. So investment proper allocation will helps to reduce the uncertainty, and we can talk about what are the significance of the study. It's all about enhancing the understanding of the investment capital and support the business growth
assist the investors in decision making, benefit the entrepreneurs and startups, providing an insight for the policy makers, highlight the emerging investment trend, and address the market volatility. So these are the main significance of the study. Can say that the market volatility is basically about inflation, employment shift, interest rate fluctuations. So depends upon these situations, there may be peak and weak situations are occurs in our market. So the investors must be aware about how they can invest the amount or the resources that they make available to shares, bonds or debentures. We have studied about different sources of the investment. Investment is about different persons or institution that they are made in different types of the investments. So next is about the major objectives. Objectives is about to know, just a minute. The basic objective of this study is to know about the different sources of the investment capital. It's basically about shares. It is initial public offer, and we can say right issue and debentures. So a mutual fund. These are all familiar terms to all of you. So these are the different sources of the capital. And next is to analyze the recent trend and challenges. Nowadays, the investment awareness is common to all investors. It is basically we are making use of different type of artificial intelligence, and also there are so much facilities available to us like chatbots. So all are familiar with these investment opportunities that are available in the market. Next is a research methodology. It's about a conceptual paper, and the data is collected from secondary sources. Based on this review of literature collected from Google, we can say first review is about how the diversification helps the investor to get maximum risk and minimize the risk. And about the second, it says about the shareholders value creation. And in third study, we can say it's about the capital allocation. And we can say based on this, we can say there is a research gap. Based on this, under this study we are analyzing the research gap is about, we are analyzing the trend and challenges, recent trend and challenges that made available to the investors. Already said that the AI, fintech and robotic services are made available under our system. The next is different type of the investment and about different type of investment capital. Investment capital is about equity, debt, venture capital, private equity, working capital, fixed capital, seed capital, angel investments are made available. And investment capital importance. Under this market volatility, we must know about the importance of the investment capital. We are having all money in our hand, but there is a conscious awareness must be provided to the investors about what are the importance of their investment, how they can analyze the market, and for the changing conditions, how they can make more return on their investment. Only after doing a research they are getting into the market. So it is mainly for business expansion, technological innovation, employment generation, wealth creation, economic development, infrastructure development, improved productivity, competitive advantage. We are part of a family, and we can talk about that. When our family, we can build a good family, then it build a good society. All these are bringing a developmental towards our economic development. So it is very important that for selecting an investment capital or investment source where we have to invest. So for that, these emerging trends, these are the supporting system that available for the investors to get knowledge. We all know and we are daily used artificial intelligence, and we can say fintech platforms, green finance, robo advisory services, digital investment application. Artificial intelligence is mainly used for market analysis, portfolio management, and mainly for risk assessment, and this helps for identifying the opportunities. So these are the emerging trend. Challenges, we can say market volatility, inflation. I already said COVID-19, it is a pandemic situation. These are the different challenges that are faced for an investor. So these are the suggestions. Before we are making use of our fund, we must know about these suggestions, that awareness program and diversified system, and there is security. These all suggestions must be taken into consideration while analyzing. We can see the IPO, the equity share portion is very much utilized by this secondary source data. So we can say that before we are entering into a market, we must study about the opportunities, trends, and what are the contributions are provided by various major institutions, diversification and sustainable investment, technology upgradation. All these we want to study before we are entering into a market. So this about the study on the investment capital for a sustainable development if we are in an operating in a volatile market. Thank you.
The relevance of this particular study?
It's about what is the main source of the capital, or what is the main source of the investment an investor select before he invest in a market.
Okay. It is only my suggestion. While it comes to a conceptual paper, it would have been better if you are able to develop a conceptual framework. I just viewed your conceptual framework, which is relating to the sources of finance. So it would have been better if you are able to connect it with any of the theories.
Okay.
Okay, any of the existing capital market theories, and what you can do is you can connect it with AI or any
applications.
Any recent applications, and how the challenges or the problems that the investors are facing, what can be the solutions. So it will be helpful for the investors, or it will be helpful for the policymakers, because these things are the different types of investments or other things, because it is available for everyone. They know either they will be knowing it, or either they will be using it. They will be investing in
about the commonly used application in investment.
it can be like the different types of investment. What you can do is how it can be used, how it can be integrated with AI. So you will be able to build a new framework which can be used by the investors or the policymakers, so that it will add on to a new set of knowledge.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It's first time experience I will.
Yeah, ma'am, it was only a suggestion, because when you are doing something like that, it will be a new one, and it will be getting more popular.
Okay,
That's
ma'am, I
why.
understand.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. It was a good presentation.
Thank you, Akila ma'am. Next we have Atulya UA presenting.
So before presenting, let me just tell a scenario. So just think you all are traders, and you enter into a stock market, and within a short period of time, you see that the profits are disappearing. So, what would you do? Would you hold up or would you sell it immediately? You may think this is a financial decision, but actually, it is a kind of psychological decision taken by the trader. So, here is where my study begins. Mind over market. And good afternoon, everyone. I am Atulya UA, presenting emotional biases and decision making in day trading. So, what is day trading? Day trading is entirely different from the traditional stock market tradings. Just we have heard that day traders are more exposed to risk and the prices are fluctuating within minutes or seconds. So they have to take on the decisions within a span of time. So here is my question. Do the traders always take the decision rationally, or does the mind interfere in it? That leads to the objectives of my study to identify the major emotional biases experienced in day trading and to analyze the influence of that major emotional biases. So, for this, I have taken up a descriptive research design and an analytical nature of study, and the major data source is secondary, which includes research articles, academic papers, journals, scholarly publications, and relevant reports. So, the major findings. The first one is loss aversion. So, imagine a situation when the trade is up to 1000 and he immediately sees that the market is falling. And ultimately, he thinks that he may lose his profits. So, he suddenly sells that. So, that is where loss aversion comes in. That is premature liquidation. Sometimes that may be a profitable one. But because of loss aversion, he may sell it immediately. The fear of losing can become stronger than the satisfaction of gains. Next one, if they imagine entirely opposite situation, if a trader is facing a large amount of loss, he may think that in order to cover up the loss, he may involve in frequent tradings of large positions. So that results in cognitive dissonance and revenge trading. Next, when we enter into a market, sometimes the consecutive 5 trades that happens may be a win. So that develops inner confidence within us, and the trader automatically trades more frequently and with a high positions. So that creates overconfidence inside the trader. Next, social proof and FOMO. We all know that we all are exposed to social media nowadays. Likewise, traders also engage in various kinds of social medias like Instagram, YouTube, and they have their peer chat groups where their co-traders explain about the stocks that are happening. So sudden question arises in the mind of traders that what if I miss that opportunity? So a fear of missing out comes to his mind, and without analyzing all the aspects related to that trade, he may irrationally take a decision. So that is social proof and FOMO. So what can the trader do? First one is emotional awareness. Don't ever the emotions take a more importance in a trade. Always a trader should be emotionally aware, and he should set a predefined trading rules like exit, entry, and all. Then controlling the overconfidence and avoiding revenge trading. If there are losses, we should analyze and review every trade that we are doing, and we should avoid revenge trading. And overconfidence, it seems like if there is a continuous win, that doesn't mean that the next one is also a win. So controlling overconfidence. Next, reducing FOMO. That is said that other person's profit cannot define our profit. So we should think about it. So reducing FOMO and social influence. Next, the conclusions or the key takeaways that we can infer from my study is that the major emotional biases are overconfidence, social proof, then revenge trading or cognitive dissonance. Then these are the major findings of emotional biases, and how they influence in day trading is that they are more highly exposed to a fluctuating market and market volatility. So a keen observation is to be taken on all the factors that results in a day trading, and this will reduce their losses in a certain way, and they can perform in a better way. So I would like to conclude my study on a quote by Warren Buffett, that is, the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. So as day traders in particular have to have a keen observation on their emotions and patient. They should be patient enough to take a good decision. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
So one thing is relating to it has been mentioned in your suggestion that to reduce FOMO, fear of missing out. Could you please tell me, because it is very general to tell you need to reduce your FOMO. And could you please suggest a few strategies or practices that investors should do in order to reduce it?
So FOMO is basically when they are looking into their peer groups. So they are discussing about various stock tradings that are happening. So they have to have a control. That is the first thing we should have a self control, and what is to be right and wrong, and analyzing the past. Not only looking forward for profits, we should analyze our past losses. So these are the small strategies that can use. Thank
You have taken n number of emotional biases.
Yes.
You have taken secondary data sources of research work, but how you reached into these 4 to 5 emotional biases, because there are n number of emotional as well as cognitive biases.
Yes.
How you reached it?
So there are many biases that can influence, but the major, when I am coming across the literature reviews, the major focus was on these, that is fear and greed, or then social proof and all. So I have made a saturated one that is
But actually that is, these are the basic emotions, because while it comes to, so it is always better to put it in a table, like while it comes to these many studies from the this particular years or during that particular period, this is what is being observed. It should be backed up with some data.
Okay.
And moreover, your second objective was relating to measure the influence. And I don't think you are able to measure the influence in this particular research. So that also need to be included. Thank you. Otherwise, it was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Atulya. Next, we have Anushree K. Unni and Nima Teresa CJ presenting.
First of all, our topic is similar to her topic, earlier one. So I will start. Today we present our topic, Psychology of Day Trading, Why Investors Make Irrational Decisions. Myself, Nima Teresa CJ, and my co-presenter Anushree Kayuni from Department of Commerce, Urmila College. We will discuss how emotions and psychology influence day trading and decisions. Day trading is not just about stock market, but also about human behavior and decision making. Day trading has grown in popularity due to technological advices. Mobile platforms like Zerodha, Grow, and Upstock have made stock trading easy for retail investors. It involves buying and selling of financial instruments, same trading sessions to profit short-term price movement. Traditional finance assumes investors are rational, but in reality, decisions are given by the emotions like fear and greed. Behavior finances explain this by combining psychology and economics to show why people deviate from rational models. The main objective of the study is to examine psychological factors influencing day trading behavior and why retail investors make irrational decisions. Specific objective is to understand day trading and behavior finance, identify key psychological biases, analyze how emotions like fear and greed and anxiety affect financial decisions. Research methodology. The study follows a descriptive research design and based mainly on secondary data. Information has been collected from research journals, books, books about behavior finances, SEBI, NSE, BSE, and RBI publications, government reports, and scholarly articles. Let us compare traditional finance and behavior finance. Traditional finance assumes investors are rational and make logical decisions based on available information to maximize return. Behavior finance, however, recognizes investors as human and their decisions are influenced by emotion and cognitive biases and mental shortcuts. Key theories include prospect theory by Kahneman and Tversky and mental accounting by Richard Taylor. Those explains why people treat gains and losses differently and why financial decisions are often not fully rational. Major trading biases. Now we came to most important part of our presentation, psychological biases that affect traders. First is overconfident bias. Traders may believe they can predict the market and leading to excessive trading, high leverage and ignoring the stop loss rules. The second is FOMO, fear of missing out. Seeing others profit can push traders to enter the market without proper analysis. Third is herd behavior. The investors follow the crowd instead of doing their own analysis, then do mainly during IPO hype. Fourth is loss of aversion. People feel loss more strongly than gains, so they may hold losing position for too long.
Next one is additional key bias, part 2. Confirmation of a bias. We only see what news we like. For example, confirmation of a bias. We only see the news we like. For example, if I buy a stock, I only watch videos that says it will go up. We ignore the warning signs. Second one is resistance bias. We think resistance event will go continue. For example, market goes within the 3 days. So we think it will go up continuously forever, but it makes bad decisions. The next one is anchoring bias. We get stuck on at one price. For example, I bought the share at 1,000. Now it is 700 and I'm not ready to sell. We hold the losses too long. Then next one is the availability of bias. We believe varied news. For example, seeing a caption like buy this crypto on Instagram make us trade without any research. Then next one is the emotional cycle and volatility. Emotional cycle. We go from optimism to greed, then fear to panic, then regret, then hope. Recycle, repeat again. That is emotional cycle. For example, we buy at high price due to greed, and sell at the lowest because of fear. Then volatility means the three things can happen together. First one is the emotional triggers. Fear goes to the panic selling. Second one is the rumor acceleration. Rumors spread fast on interest. And third one is the spike in volume. Trading volume suddenly spicing. As you can see here, graphic representation. Periods when to make money. There are three types here. Is A, B, and C. A4 is A shows the panic years, B shows the good years, C shows the hard years. So the logic is very simple. When it comes to C, the prices are low. So we can sell, we should buy at the lowest, then we wait it. When it comes to B, the prices are high, then we should buy at the highest level. Then we get the profit. The next one is the digital platforms and social media. Apps like Zeroda and Growth made trading very easy. For example, people started trading at home with their phone. Zero brokerage. Zero brokerage means they don't have to pay commission fee. Then social media has two sides, positive side, negative side.
To conclude, day trading offers profit opportunities but also significant financial and psychological risks. Our study shows investors do not always act purely on logic and financial data. Emotions like fear, greed, anxiety, and biases such as overconfidence, FOMO, and herd behavior, loss of aversion strongly influence the decision. Thus, successful trading requires more than technological knowledge. It also depends on emotional discipline, self-awareness, and risk management. Thank you.
It's a good one, Anushree and Nima. It has been mentioned that the impact during volatility, and you have mentioned about each bias, and you have mentioned how it will be impacted. Whether the impact of the volatility, it will be the same for each industry or sector. How will it be? How you will be able to identify the impact of volatility?
Each industry.
Each industry, or when it comes to, you have taken specifically the day traders.
Yes.
How you will be able to connect the bias with volatility?
Each industry it will be not same. It will be different along with the change in nature and change in the objectives of each industries. It will change.
Thank you, Anushree and Nima. Just some notification. Participants, please note that due to time constraint, we are limiting the presentation time to 5 minutes. Okay, we have a time constraint. It's already 3:30. So we are limiting the time limit for a presentation to 5 minutes from 7 minutes. Okay, so we'll stop or we'll ring a bell at 5 minutes. So you should conclude. So please try to present the relevant slides and just don't drag your presentation. Okay. Next we have Melvin C. John and Anush CJ presenting.
Good evening, everyone. Myself Melvin and my co-author Anosh. Before we start, let me take you back into 1991. Indian foreign reserves crashed barely into $1 billion. 16 tons of gold was pledged with Bank of England to fund the crisis. Yes, a country, a country pledging its gold reserves to fund their emergency. In our research, we ask the same question, but in a very personal and smaller scale. Do Indian households do the same? Yet that brings us to our study, household gold monetization and digital bullion adoption. Gold holds a unique status in Indian society, both as a cultural ornament and a household safety net. But recent global demand, global inflation, central bank demand, and also geopolitical tensions have skyrocketed gold prices. This has forced consumers to change their behavior around gold, which requires a detailed analysis. Our objectives of our research was this high price volatility of gold. How have forced customers to change their behavior mainly around physical gold purchase, also gold monetization and pledging, also recycling scrap gold, and third, digital gold adoption or other digital gold alternatives. Our research centered around three major questions. The first question was how the physical market was impacted due to high gold prices, how people reacted to this high prices. Second was how often people are, what are the primary drivers that making households to pledge their gold or recycle their old, and the catalysts that promote and barriers that hinder the adoption of digital gold. To understand this, our research center anchored itself around one of the major theories, household wealth effect, which says that as the value of household assets increase, families feel wealthier, and when people feel wealthier, they behave differently. Also, we referred into some of effects. We also there's a little problem in the slides. This was not the original one. Sorry. Okay. Research methodology. Let me shift to research methodology. As a research, we focus on quantitative aptitude. We focus mainly on primary data collected from 106 households collected through Google Forms, which mainly focused on in Kerala. Also, we had secondary data from Reserve Bank of India and World Gold Council. And let's look into findings. From the high gold prices, nearly 79% of families have changed or altered their physical buying behavior. 74% of households have monetized their old gold or recycled their old golds for new ornaments. And in case of digital gold adoption, 59% of families showed readiness or activeness for adoption, and 41% still prefer digital gold. Now let's look into the findings of this study. First, a significant 79% of households alter their gold purchase behavior. This shows the peak price have forced the consumers to reduce their grammage or choose a different alloy purity, or stop buying gold completely. Only 21% have not altered their behavior in this high price. This shows the impact on retail market of high gold prices. Second, This was our most significant study. And we saw that 74% of family have monetized their old gold. That is 3 out of 4, every family was either monetize their gold or recycle their gold. Finally, we observe that we call a polarized digital transition, where when 59% of respondents show readiness and activeness to adopt digital gold, largely because of low entry barrier, 41% still preferred physical possession. From this, we can conclude that high price volatility has accelerated a structural shift in household wealth management, forced families to perceive gold as far more than cultural heirloom, transforming it into an active tool for modern financial security. Our recommendations from the study are authorized testing center to ensure families get full value for their old gold, and financial institutions and government agencies encouraging and educating safe digital gold, and a better regulatory framework to build trust around digital gold. The limitations of our study was the sample size itself. We only had 160 respondents, and there is also a geographical limitation of including only families from Kerala. Regional variations can include, and this study only focuses on the consumer side. The seller side data was not included or never researched, and time period was also a limitation. These are references. We are now open for questions.
Okay, it was a nice presentation. There are a few questions or concerns. One is relating to how you measured the purchasing decision, because in the objective slide, it has been mentioned that you will be measuring the purchasing decision of the customers. Just before the research questions, just before it. Your research objectives, it is purchasing decision. How you have evaluated the purchasing decision of customers?
We collected data through Google Forms. In the questionnaire, it was included.
What was your findings relating to the purchasing decisions?
The findings were that most of the people have reduced their old gold purchase, but most purchased gold mainly because of cultural reasons.
They purchase gold because of cultural reasons.
Okay.
And why do you combine convenience sampling with snowball sampling? Because in your research methodology, it has been specified that you have taken a non-probability sampling. That is okay, but why you have mentioned that you have combined convenience sampling with snowball sampling? Okay, if you know.
I'm not good with this terminology, so.
Because you have mentioned, because you have collected data using this technique, so you are supposed to mention why it is so. Okay, and in the analysis also, while you are putting some findings, there should be something which supports that also. Okay.
Thank you, Melvin and Anush. Once again, I remind participants, we have limited our presentation time to 5 minutes. So please try to stick on with it. And just a clarification to ma'am, the ones presented here were the UG students, and as of now, our syllabus, we are not studying research methodology. So they are not so familiar with that. So next we have Anju M and Krishna Priya K presenting.
Good evening all. I am Anju M. along with Krishna Priya. I am pursuing M.Com at Urmila College, Thrissur. Today I am very happy to present our study on digital financial inclusion in the informal economy, how cashless transactions drive resilience in unorganized sector. Digital financial inclusion means providing people with easy access to useful, affordable financial services through digital platforms. In the informal sector, many small traders, street vendors, daily wage workers, and micro enterprises are increasingly using UPI, QR code payments, and mobile banking. These digital payment methods make transactions easier, reduce the need to handle cash, and help business to manage their daily cash flow. Digital transaction records can also create a financial history that may help informal workers to access formal credit. However, challenges such as lack of digital knowledge, poor internet connectivity, and fear of fraud can prevent people from fully adopting digital payments. Our study focuses on the informal sector in Thrissur, Kerala, and examines how digital payments adoption affects income stability, cash flow management, access to formal credit, and financial resilience. The study has three main objectives. First, to assess the impact of digital payments adoption on income stability and cash flow resilience. Second, to examine whether digital transaction records help informal business to access formal credit and manage financial risk. Third, to identify the major business barriers and policy interventions needed for sustainable digital financial inclusion. Next. For the study, we used descriptive research design, and the study was conducted among 50 respondents from the informal sector. We used purposive sampling and collected the primary data through a structured questionnaire and a offline survey, and the collected data were analyzed mainly using percentage analysis and presented through bar graphs and pie charts. And the period of study was 3 weeks. Like every study, our study has also some limitations. The geographical area is limited to Thrissur Corporation, and the study was also affected by time and cost constraints. In addition, digital payment technologies and financial services are changing rapidly. Therefore, some of our findings may change over time. Now, let me explain some of our important findings through charts. And first, regarding the type of business, street vendors is the largest category of our respondents, accounting for 36%, and small retail and grocery business at 30%. Second, in terms of digital tools, 50% of respondents use scan and pay QR codes, while 38% use UPIDs and numbers. And this shows that QR codes and UPI are the most popular digital payment methods among the respondents. And third, regarding the proportion of daily transactions made digitally, 38% of the respondents conduct 26 to 50% of their daily transaction through digital payments, while another 22% conduct 51 to 75% digitally. Another important finding is related to formal credit. A large majority of respondents feel that digital transaction history makes obtaining formal credit easier compared with the traditional collateral. Next, however, digital payment adoption also has some barriers. Fear of fraud is a major barrier, followed by lack of digital literacy, network problems, and customer preference for cash. And most of the respondents said that faster settlement times are considered highly useful, followed by fraud prevention trainings. This indicates that users want the digital payments to be faster, safer, and easier to use. Based on the findings, we suggest that conducting localized financial literacy programs for informal workers, simple and voice-assisted digital payment platforms can be introduced for people with a limited digital knowledge, and banks and NBFCs can use UPI transaction history to develop hybrid digital credit scoring systems. Improving network infrastructure and transaction history is also important. And finally, government-supported incentives such as the fee waivers or micro cashback schemes can encourage more informal workers and micro enterprises to adopt the digital payments. Next, to conclude, our study shows that digital financial services such as UPI and QR-based payment can improve cash flow management, income stability, and financial resilience in the informal sector of Thrissur. Digital transaction record can also create a financial footprint that may support access to formal credit and reduce dependence on traditional lenders. Next, at the same time, the challenges such as digital illiteracy, poor network connectivity, security risk, and smartphone dependence need to be addressed. Therefore, for the sustainable digital financial inclusion requires better financial literacy, improved digital infrastructure, secure and simple payment platforms. With this, we conclude our presentation. Thank you for your patience listening.
Okay, what is the major relevance of this particular study in the current scenario?
In this current scenario, our technology is really improving very much. So in the earlier age, we can't imagine that the street vendors is using the digital methods for their transaction. So in this scenario, this is many of the informal sector. Informal sectors uses the digital transactions methods for their transactions for conducting their business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Anshu and Krishna Priya. Participants, please note, due to the time constraint, we are just requesting you this. Please explain your research problem, your objectives, your methodology, your major findings, and the conclusion. I repeat, please just present your research problem, objectives, methodology, major findings, and conclusion so that we can finalize this or we can complete this within the time. Okay? I hope you will follow this. Next, we have Krishna Priya and Shifna presenting.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm Krishna Priya, and along with Shifna MS, today we are going to present our topic, the financialization of gold.
Shifna, you can start from your objectives or research problem slide. Objectives no idonno start ചെയ്തോളൂ. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് അടുത്ത slide.
The gold has been valued from the thousands of years. It has served as a jewelry, a medium of exchange and store of wealth. In India, gold is deeply connected with the culture, traditional family securities and savings. Traditionally, people mainly own gold is physically formed such as jewelry, coins and bars. Today, gold is also available through financial products and digital platforms. This shift has changed the way people want, invest in and use gold. Traditionally, when through about gold, we threw about jewelry, coins, or bars stored safely at home or in a locker. But today, gold can also become part of an investment portfolio. The first, physical gold and financial products and investment portfolio. In third, there are several reasons why gold has become financialized. First, inflation and currency protection and global uncertainty, financial market, technological, government initiatives. Together, these factors have helped transform gold into a modern financial asset. Then, the evaluation of gold can be understand the three major stages. First, commodity stage and the monetary stage, financial asset stage. Commodity stage, when gold has mainly used their jewelry, coins, and bars and was valued as a tangible store of wealth. The second of monetary stage, gold become an important part of the international monetary system through the gold standard. A major turning point came in 1971 when the United United States entered the convertibility of the US dollar into gold, the third stage in the financial asset stage, which is where we are today. Gold is now available through ETFs, mutual funds, severage gold bonds, digital golds, and derivatives. So the rule of gold has evolved from a physical commodity to a monetary asset and finally to the financial asset. Then there are several forms through which investors can obtain exposure to gold. Gold ETFs provide exchange trade exposure to gold, gold mutual funds, and the severage gold bonds, digital golds. Then we have future gold options. Then the gold mining companies. So today an investor has many ways to participate in the gold market without simply purchasing jewelry. Why choose financial gold?
Why choose financial gold? Choosing financial gold means using gold as a monetary asset or investment to protect wealth. People choose it because gold gold beats inflation and acts as a safe place during crisis and balance risky stock. Unlike proper money, gold keep its real value over time and cannot go bankrupt. Uh, there, there are many advantages ആണ്. But financial gold has a risk. Gold is safe from some things, but it still has a financial risk. It price goes up and down. It gives no regular cash, and physical gold costs us extra to keep safe. India to gold market, physical and traditional and
Shifna, could you please conclude the major findings of this particular study? Last slide.
conclusion.
Okay.
Conclusion. Uh, go physical locker and financial locker for culture and traditions, phone for investment and trading. Gold, it reduce gold imports, it help banks. Future digital gold will grow more, but jewelry will also continue for culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna Priya and Shifna. Next, we have Aryananda and Rehna Haridas.
So, good evening, all. My topic is role of digital payments in shaping consumer spending behavior during market volatility. And myself, Irinanda V, my co-presenter, Rahna Hardas. Digital payments have rapidly transformed consumer spending behavior, and it has created financial uncertainties. And features like cashback, rewards, discounts, and instant credit may encourage continued spending. And there are researches about digital payment usage and consumer spending behavior, but there is still a gap in like how they influence their consumer spending. So my objectives are to understand the adoption pattern of digital payment system among consumers and to analyze the influence of digital payments on consumer spending behavior. So the methodology used in the study is structured questionnaire built and circulated on Google Forms, and there were 43 responses. Mainly they were young adults, and 20 questions were there, and it was divided into 5 sections, which was demographic, usage, spending behavior, price sensitivity and perception, and then analyzed the form and documented the results. So that data analysis and findings were aged between 18 to 25, almost 95% were there, and 90% of them were students and 55% were females. And from this graph, we can understand that almost 30 people are frequently using this digital payment system. And from the first pie chart, we can see that during market volatility, 23% has no change in their spending, 44% have their increase in cut their spending, and 32% have increased their spending on essentials. From the second pie chart, we can understand that food and fuel was the most affected category during the market volatility. And we know that there were war between Iran and America, and India doesn't have any ocean rigs or any extraction from the ocean for getting the fuels. So during the wartime, Strait of Hormuz was blocked, and the transport was not blocked, and the market became down, so that prices became high as food and fuel was necessity. People can't avoid that spending. And from this graph, we can understand that consumers are not passive, which means consumers are not just adapting, they are just adjusting their spending. And digital payment apps have become more they have their spending alerts, and that keep consumers track about their budgets. We can see the responses to almost 55% have reduced their unnecessary purchases and when the prices increase. 67% are often or always compare their prices during their purchase, and 76% have yes or sometimes reduced non-essential purchases. The limitations are 43 responses were there, almost all of them were young adults, and we couldn't go wider for older, so that their and non-student or rural populations data cannot be can't be collected. And income, almost 46% respondents were not disclosing their income, so that they limited their ability to analyze spending behavior by income brackets with confidence. So I conclude my words by saying that digital payments, especially UPI, have become the preferred mode of daily transactions. And during the market volatility, consumers show greater price awareness and they become more conscious. At the same time, these cashback and discounts offered by digital payments have made customers more impulse purchasing. And digital payments act as an amplifier of the spending behavior with their impact, depending largely on individual financial discipline and use of expenses tracking features. These are some recommendations, suggestions for stakeholders, policymakers, and consumers. And the future research direction is explore more variables such as age, income level, financial literacy, and risk tolerance, moderate the relationship between digital payment use and spending behavior under volatility. Thank you.
Okay. Arinanda, you have mentioned that in your study you have taken young adults. Whether there is any specific reason that you have taken young adults?
Actually, we didn't go that wider to old or non-student or any rural population.
Why you have taken only young adults for this particular study? Because you will be able to get those who are employed, those who are having a regular habit of purchase, so that you will be employed people, so you will be able to understand how they perceive things. Because in one of your objective, you are supposed to measure the perception also.
Okay. No, actually the survey was not on concentrated on the age between 18 to 25. It was wider, but only the age between 18 to 25 has responded to the survey.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aryananda and Rahna. Now we come to the last presentation. We have Sharan Jojo presenting.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. My name is Saran Jojo. I am from St. Thomas College doing BCom. This research was done with my co-partner Christine Miss, who is also my class teacher. Okay, so the topic of our study is influence of social media on investment decisions during market volatility. Okay, so market volatility means the change of market. Highly volatile market means the market changes very fast, and low volatile market means the market changes very slowly. So in a volatile market, we must make decisions, investment decisions, and these investment decisions usually used to be from newspapers, etc. Traditionally, but now they are from social media. And today we'll be learning the influence of social media in investment decisions. Okay, so these are the objectives of the study. To identify primary social media platforms and type of content that they consume in these platforms. Also to evaluate social media sentiment and financial influences and their impact on investors, their risk tolerance, their psychology, etc. And also to examine if there's social media drives fear of missing out, FOMO, or collective herd behavior. Methodology, we got 42 respondents. This is a descriptive study with convenient sampling. Most of them are from Thrissur. We use tools used are percentage analysis. We have primary and secondary data. Okay, so what we found out is that the most used source is YouTube and Instagram. And we found out that the content consumed mostly is not speculative or promotional content, but content which is more educational. Also, through the study, we found out that people do use social media during highly volatile situations in the market. However, they do not. They aren't affected with FOMO or herd behavior as much as we thought when we began the study. Also, financial influences do not influence them a lot, as most of the respondents say they don't actually check financial influences news, but when they do check it, they proceed with caution. Um, okay, suggestions what we have is financial influencers themselves have to take initiative to put out good news into the market. Also, institutions should check whether financial influencers do have good information with them. Also, financial literacy should be encouraged. In conclusion, social media has had a very big impact on current investment decisions in the market. We have completely changed from traditional sources of information. Most respondents are not influenced by FOMO or herd behavior. Thank you. 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 Thank
Okay, actually, what are the major recommendations that you can provide in order to control the FOMO effect and moreover, in order to reduce the influence of social media?
First up, I think FOMO and herd behavior should have its own class because FOMO and herd behavior is something that people don't recognize they have. And so we have to make specialized classes to make people realize that they do have FOMO and herd behavior because you can't help an issue that you don't realize is an issue.
How they will be able to control it, even if they identify, because it is actually an emotion that will be triggered during a particular event or at the time of purchase. So exactly how it can be done.
It actually can't be done so easily. So what I think, how I put it is like, the more you work on it, the more it'll get better. Investing is just like every other aspect, every other thing. The more you work on it, not everyone can be the best at it, not everyone can be the great at it. And so I do not think everyone can eliminate FOMO or herd behavior.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And all the best to all participants. And thank you for being a part of our national seminar. That was the last presentation we have in this hall. And we wind up the session. Good afternoon, everyone. We are officially beginning the validatory function. So I kindly invite our executive manager, Biju Paningadan, Divya ma'am, Urmila ma'am, faculty coordinator Nimida ma'am, and our HOD Linimus to the stage, and we'll officially start the function. To officially welcome everyone to the function, I now invite Nimita TM for the welcome speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chief guest and distinguished dignitaries, faculty members and participants, students, and all the well-wishers present here, a very warm and cordial welcome to everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this validatory function marking the successful conclusion of this program. On behalf of the organizing committee and the Department of Commerce, I extend my heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Urmila R. Menon, Assistant Professor, Christ University, Bangalore. Ma'am, welcome. We are also privileged to have Reverend Father Biju Panengar with us, who will be gracing the occasion with the distribution of prizes. I extend a very warm welcome to Father. I also welcome our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Divya George, who will felicitate the occasion and encourage our participants with words of appreciation and support. Welcome, ma'am. Then I would like to welcome our HOD, Assistant Professor Lini Miss. Ma'am, very welcome to this program. Next, I extend my sincere welcome to the program coordinator, Delma Miss, and the student coordinator, who is going to express the vote of thanks, Ignatius. And I extend my sincere welcome to all the faculty members, coordinators, volunteers, and dear students whose valuable support and active participation have contributed immensely to the successful of this program. A special and heartfelt welcome to all the participants. Your enthusiasm, cooperation, and active involvement have been the true strength of this program. As we come to an end of this enriching journey, let us not consider this is as an ending, but consider this is a beginning of a new journey where we carry forward the knowledge, skills, information, and the experiences gained from here and put them into meaningful practices. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here. Thank you all for being a part of this memorable occasion. Thank you and welcome all to the validatory function.
Thank you for the warm welcome, ma'am. We also welcome you to this dais. Now I call our executive manager, Reverend Father Biju Panengadan, for the dignitary address.
HOD ലിന്നി മിസ്, IQC കോർഡിനേറ്റർ ദിവ്യ മിസ്, നമ്മുടെ മുമ്പത്തെ റിസർച്ച് ഗൈഡൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് കൂടിയായിരുന്ന ഊർമിള മാഡം, ടെൽമ മിസ്, നിമിത മിസ്, അതിൻ്റെ പേരെന്താ, ഇഗ്നേഷ്യസ്, മറ്റ് സ്റ്റാഫ് അംഗങ്ങളെ, പ്രിയപ്പെട്ടവരെ, വലിയ സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടിയാണ് ഞാനിവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ നിൽക്കുന്നത്. ഈ ദിവസങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ഇങ്ങനൊരു സെമിനാർ സംഘടിപ്പിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പരിശ്രമങ്ങളായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ ലിന്നി മിസ്സും ടെൽമ മിസ്സൊക്കെ എൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് വരുമ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് ഭയങ്കര ടെൻഷനും ആശങ്കയൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. ഇത് എന്താവും, എങ്ങനെയാവും എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. പക്ഷെ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു രാവിലെ തൊട്ട് ഇതുവരെയുള്ള എല്ലാ സെഷൻസും വളരെ ഭംഗിയായിട്ട് ശാന്തമായിട്ട് നടന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു വിലയിരുത്തൽ. ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ ആദ്യമേ തന്നെ നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരെയും, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അതിന് നേതൃത്വം കൊടുത്ത ലിന്നി മിസ്, ടെൽമ മിസ്, പിന്നെ പയ്യൻ അഗസ്റ്റിൻ, ഇഗ്നീഷ്യസ് അങ്ങനെ തുടങ്ങി സ്റ്റാഫ് അംഗങ്ങൾ എല്ലാവർക്കും ആദ്യമേ തന്നെ അഭിനന്ദനം അറിയിക്കാൻ ഈ അവസരത്തിൽ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ക്രിമിനോളജി ആൻഡ് പോലീസ് സയൻസുകാർ ഇവിടെ ഒരു സെമിനാർ നടത്തി. ഇവിടെ 3 ദിവസം, അതിലൊരു ദിവസം കൾച്ചറൽ ഈവൻ്റൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് നടത്തി. ഇപ്പോൾ സാധാരണ മറ്റ് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുകാർ നടത്തുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടൊരു രീതിയിലൊക്കെ മാറ്റി ചിന്തിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ സെമിനാർ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ അത് വളരെ ഫലവത്തായിട്ടാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. ഇന്നത്തെ നിങ്ങളുടെ ഈ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ഒരു തുടക്കമാണ്. ഇനിയുള്ള നാളുകളിൽ ഇതിനേക്കാളും ഗംഭീരമായിട്ട് ഇത് പ്ലാൻ ചെയ്യാനും നടത്താനൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സാധിക്കട്ടെ. ഞാൻ ഈ വിഷയം കണ്ടപ്പോൾ ഇത് എന്താണെന്ന് ഞാനിങ്ങനെ ചോദിക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. മാർക്കറ്റ് വോൾട്ടാലിറ്റി ആസ് ആൻ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്. ഞാൻ പ്രീ ഡിഗ്രിക്ക് ബിസിനസ് സ്റ്റഡീസ് പഠിച്ച ഒരാളാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇങ്ങനെ ഈ വക വാക്കുകളൊന്നും അന്ന് പഠിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടില്ല ഡിഗ്രിക്കുള്ള സമയത്ത് അവതുള്ളത്. സത്യത്തിൽ ബിസിനസ് സ്റ്റഡീസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കോമേഴ്സ് പഠിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്ത് പഠിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഫീലിംഗ് ആണ് എനിക്കെപ്പോഴും ആയിട്ടുള്ളത്. നമ്മുടെ കോളേജിൽ തന്നെ റിട്ടയർ ചെയ്ത് പോയ CK ഫ്രാൻസിസ് സാറാണ് ഞങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ കോമേഴ്സ് പഠിപ്പിച്ചത്. അന്ന് പഠിപ്പിച്ച എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളും പോയിൻ്റായിട്ട് ഇന്നും ഓർത്തിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പം അത്രയും ഇഷ്ടത്തോടെ സന്തോഷത്തോടെയാണ് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്ത് ഞാനൊക്കെ കോമേഴ്സ് പഠിച്ചത്. ഇപ്പം നിങ്ങളും കോമേഴ്സ് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓരോ വിഷയങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിലാക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് എൻജോയ് ചെയ്ത് സന്തോഷത്തോടെ പഠിക്കാൻ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് സാധിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് മാത്രം ആശംസിച്ച് ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി എല്ലാവർക്കും എല്ലാ അഭിനന്ദനങ്ങളും അറിയിച്ച് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you further for that motivational words. Now we'll have the prize distribution. I request all the dignitaries to please present the prize for the best presentation.
Best paper award goes to Jeswin Johnson.
I invite all the dignitaries, our special guests to the dais, to please hand over the prize and the certificate to Mr. Jeswin. Guys, please give a lots of applause.
Second prize goes to Adra K. Sunilan Nida Fatima. Fijo Rafael and Srikant M.A.
Congratulations to the winners. Now we'll be distributing the certificates to all the ones who had presented. First, Fijo Rafael and Srikant M.A. Manisa and Angel Baiju. Agila Ajay. Anusri K. Uni and Nima Teresa. Melvin C. John and Anosh C.J. Anju M and Krishnapriya KN. Guys, please make it fast. Krishnapriya R and Shifna. Aryananda V and Rehna Haridas. Sharan Jojo. Renette Jose and Andrea Celine. Krishnaja CA and Maria Salish. Arjun VR and Justin Thomas Joshi. Janisa Grace and Sneha Krishnan. Harinarayanan and Alita Jackson. Angelin D. Silva. Kalyani Krishnan and Ansa Rose. Thomas Johnson and Nida John. Gauri E. and Adilakshmi Prasad. Leon C. Lijo and Helena Joshi. Anisha Varghese and Varun Narayan. Rohini Shibu and Adul Druxen. Anjali AS and Ignatius Pius. Nandita P. and Diya Suresh. Malavika Siju and Nakshatra Pradeep. Oswin AS and Adin Mohammed. Julin Jose. Congratulations to all the winners. We also specially mention our online presenters, Joel, Jinu, and Anjani. Special mention to them also. Congratulations to all once again. We are proud that you all used a place where you can showcase your talent. Congratulations once again. Now we have the felicitation address by IQAC coordinator Divya ma'am.
Respected Executive Manager, Father Biju Panengadan, our resource person and chief guest, Dr. Urmila, Head of the Department, Professor Linny Wilson, Coordinator of the program, Delma, Nimita, and Ignatius, and all my dear students. I know this is not a right time for a lengthy felicitation speech. I just want to mention one thing here that this is a history in the Department of Commerce and Financing section because this is the first national seminar organized under the auspicious headship of Linny. So I would like all of you to give a great round of applause for the department for organizing such a marvelous, stunning, and wonderful national seminar. I believe the presence of various eminent resource persons from the Institute of Cost and Management Accountant of India, that is CMA Vinod sir, and various other resourceful resource persons. Of course, our research scholar, Dr. Urmila. I was very proud that she's here as a resource person and as a chair for the paper presentation. And of course, I heard her session as well as the session of Professor John sir. So I am sure that the sessions are very worthy and it will be very useful for you to use this in your research journey. And of course, I was telling with Linny that you people are really blessed with, from God Almighty because today is not a holiday due to any rain or something like that. So that is also a good sign for your initiatives. So I use this opportunity to congratulate the entire commerce team. I believe that you are going to be a threat to the aided commerce department because we are in a mood to organize a seminar in the next academic year. So you people just in the beginning of the academic year itself, you started with the national seminar. So congratulations and all the best. And I congratulate all the participants. I can see various faces, various research scholars. I can see our alumni, Agila Ajay and all here for the presentations. So I'm so happy that our students are coming back to St. Thomas for paper presentations and all. And I'm shocked on hearing that we have got 40 paper presentations here. So I thank department. On behalf of IQAC, I thank the department for contributing such an eminent sessions and a wonderful experience for the teaching as well as the student community. Once again, congratulations all and thank you.
Thank you, Divya ma'am. We are also thankful for the coordination, for all the association we have with the IQAC and all your blessings. Now for the vote of thanks, I call Ignatius Pies, the student convener of COMMERGENCE National Seminar.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, resource persons, teachers, research scholars, and participants, and my dear friends, a very good afternoon to everyone. It's my privilege and honor to propose the vote of thanks to the valedictory function of COMMERGENCE National Seminar. As we have came to the conclusion of this enriching as we have come to the conclusion of this enriching and memorable seminar, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has contributed in making this program a success. First and foremost, I express my sincere gratitude to our manager, Reverend Father Tony Nilangavel, the Bishop of Thrissur, for his constant guidance and encouragement, support, and for giving us an opportunity to conduct this academic program. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected principal, Dr. Father Martin K.A., for his valuable leadership and encouragement and continuous support throughout this program. I also express my sincere gratitude to our executive manager, Reverend Father Biju Panengadan, for his valuable support and encouragement. My sincere thanks also goes to our assistant executive manager, Reverend Father Flurgeon, for his cooperation and support towards this program. A special word of appreciation goes to Reverend Father Finush, who even while recovering from the surgery, continued to extend his support and encouragement to this event. We are truly grateful for his concern and commitment And I also thank our Vice Principal, Dr. Febin Baby, for his valuable support and cooperation in making this program a success. My heartfelt thanks go to our HOD, Assistant Professor Linny Wilson, for her guidance and encouragement to continue support throughout the seminar. We are extremely grateful to our distinguished resource persons and subject experts. I sincerely thank CMA Sugunan TG, CFO of BrahMos Aerospace Trivandrum, for sharing his valuable professional knowledge and insights with us. I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. G. John, Associate Professor and Head of Commerce Department, St. Joseph's College, Trichy, for his insightful session and valuable academic contribution. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Urmila R. Menon, Assistant Professor, Christ University, Bangalore, for her enriching session and also for taking time to serve as one of our judges of the research paper presentation. We truly appreciate her valuable expertise and contribution to the academic quality of the seminar. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to all our online presenters who joined us virtually and share their valuable research and insights. Your participation has added great value to the seminar. I would also express a sincere gratitude to IQAC and ICMAI Thrissur chapter for their valuable association and cooperation in conducting this seminar. In this regard, I extend our special thanks to CMA Vinod TV, Chairman of ICMAI Thrissur chapter, for his valuable association and cooperation with this academic initiative. I also thank our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Divya George, for her support and encouragement. A special word of appreciation goes to our faculty conveners, Assistant Professor Dalma Pulikotil and Assistant Professor Nimita TM, for their planning, guidance, and tireless effort in organizing this seminar. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the teachers of our Department of Commerce, Assistant Professor Mary Leah, Assistant Professor Nitya MM, Assistant Professor Christine George, Assistant Professor Sneha Sylvester, along with all the faculty members of our department for their constant support, guidance, encouragement, and support. I extend my special thanks to our student organizing team, Adilakshmi Prasad, Sharan Jojo, Oswin AS, for their dedicated efforts, teamwork, and making this event a smooth and successful one. I'd also make a special mention of Oswin, who had supported us with his knowledge, skills in editing, media, and other technical aspects of the program. His contribution has been truly valuable. We sincerely appreciate his efforts. I would like to give and express our heartfelt gratitude to media department of our college for their valuable technical support, especially live streaming of the event, helping us to reach the wider audience. A special word of thanks goes to Reverend Father Pradesh, who has headed the media department and took initiative in coordinating and handling the necessary arrangements for the live streaming of the program. We sincerely appreciate his valuable time, technical support, and commitment. I would also like to express our sincere gratitude to all the non-teaching staff of our college for their cooperation, support throughout the program. Your assistance and arrangements and various requirements of the events have been invaluable. A heartfelt thanks to all our volunteers who worked tirelessly before and throughout the event. Your help and coordination and willingness to take the responsibility has made the smooth conduct of this program possible. I extend my sincere thanks to all the students, research scholars, participants from other colleges who joined us actively and participated in the seminar. Your presence, enthusiasm, contribution has made this event truly meaningful. And of course, a warm congratulations to all the winners of the research paper presentation. Your achievement is the reflection of your hard work, dedication, and academic curiosity. I also congratulate every participant who presented the research and contributed to the academic discussions. We also apologize to any participant or guest who may face any inconvenience during the program. We tried our best to make the seminar a smooth and memorable experience, and we hope you kindly overlook any shortcomings from our part. And most importantly, we hope that you have enjoyed the time with us, gained new knowledge, shared ideas, and made new connections, and are taking back some wonderful memories from this seminar. I would also like to thank everyone who supported the seminar directly and indirectly. Every contribution, whether big or small, has helped us to bring this program to a successful conclusion. Finally, I would also thank my fellow student convener, Gauri, and everyone who worked alongside with us. As a student convener, I truly privileged to be the part of this program and had been an opportunity to contribute to its success. A successful event is never the effort of one person. It is the result and the collective efforts of many. Today, I'm grateful for every single person and contributed in making this seminar a memorable one. With that, I once again extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for being with us and making this seminar a success. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ignatius, and I hereby take a chance to say a word of gratitude to Ignatius, who worked tirelessly day and night for making this event a successful one and to make it smoothly. Dear ones, now we'll raise for the national anthem, and after that we'll be taking a group photo. I request all the participants and everyone present here to just leave only after taking the photo. Now let us please rise for the national anthem, please.